Ata mana hau kia koutou katoa, kei roto I te reo I ngā rihi, he mihi tēnei kia koutou. Have a wonderful day today. For those of you that took good sound advice and went to bed early last night. However, I can see gaps, so maybe some of them did not take that advice, but enjoy today. We're going to start today with our himene, he honere, and then we'll do karakia and hand it over to Angela. Kia ora, e tū koutou. Please stand. Te pū, te more, te weu, te akaterea. Te wao nui, te kuniti, te whē, te kore ko te pō. Heke iho kia rangi nui e tui honei kia papa e takoto kau. Papa te whai titiri hiko hiko te uira, e kanapu I te rangi, ruana te whenua. Kia whakatau mai te wairua o io mātua ki rungi a mātou katoa I tēnei wā puaki wānanga. E tō mātou ātua, a meka whakauria ki roto I au mātou ngākau. Te mana I timata mai te rokohanganga o te ao nei, tono mai o tini marikura me ngā whatukura, ki rungi I tēnei hui wānanga, whakamāramatia mai mātou I o matauranga tapu katoa e o I te hiringa, I te roanga ke o tēnei wānanga o te wehinga rua, tukua te hunga wairua heiarahi a arataki, I a mātou e o I te wāhi ngaro ki o te atua nui I te rangi turutino e o e. Tuturu whakamaua kia tīna. Haumi e, hui e, tā ki e. Kia ora. Tīna.
So I'm going to give it when I give it away.
We haven't got any.
Okay.
Who we got on the floor is going to ask you.
Mōrena te whānau. I'm sure you won't mind me acknowledging all of the workers who we very rarely see, either out there or out there, who helped make last night such a wonderful evening. And Derek and your band, somehow you get everyone dancing. And it's great to see everybody's here almost on time. And good thing you know the President, Taranaki. Yeah, you can get it at morning tea. I have to apologise. Yesterday we were so intent on our work that I failed to do a little job, and that was hand out a really cool prize from Healthcare Plus. I'm going to, if I had a chocolate fish, there's probably some in the office. Can anyone tell me what is the similarity between EBS and Healthcare Plus? Oh, Melanie. No. Well, yes.
Nearly.
Everything. It was a bit of a trick question. Everything is the same except the name. So those of you who have known and loved and been loved by EBS, yeah, all right, here you go. Yeah, she got that's a prize. No, not, oh, okay. We've got work to do. Anyway, so I had to do the draw and I failed to do it yesterday, so apologies to Healthcare Plus. So those of you who have known and loved and been loved by EBS for the millennia, it is Healthcare Plus now. And it's a really groovy prize. And Jackie from Nelson Girls, you are a winner. Oh, the disclaimer is you have to come and get your photo taken. Okay, we're going to get on to the first item of business for the morning, the annual report and the accounts, the auditor, and we will, Jonathan Handy-Peckham and Trevor Wilson will be presenting the highlights of these exciting documents. Some of us are excited by these documents, or not. And then I will take questions or comments on them, and then I'll be moving them from the chair. So, Jonathan. First. Okay. So from the chair, I'm going to move that the annual report for the period 1 July 2015 to 30 June 2016 be received. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Okay.
On page 20 of the report, teachers' education refresh courses are mentioned. Continuing in teaching is a problem for some relief teachers and itinerant teachers of music, as they cannot become registered without forking out $4,000 for the TER courses and 10 weeks without no income. What are we, PPTA, doing for these teachers to make things easier for them to continue in their teaching roles?
I can answer that one. So we are, because we're able to talk to the council and help them, because they need a lot of help, we are working with them to make sure that the people who have to do the refresher course are the right people, that people aren't made to do the refresher course who shouldn't need to. And so they're going through a process of considering where the cut-offs for things are. I think there has been a misunderstanding around, especially around some relief teachers. If you have previously been a fully registered teacher, this does not apply for you unless you have been out of the system for quite a while. So those who are going into effectively semi-retirement, and you've been fully registered, this is not a course that you will be required to do. There's subject to confirmation status. So, but as far as those who have never been fully registered or have been out of the system for a very long time, that is what we're working with the council on at the moment, to work out or to test, I guess, and review the cut-offs, because as we know, some of them are inappropriate and there's some injustice around who's being forced to do those courses. So any further questions about the annual report? Okay, there being no further questions, I'm going to move from the chair that the PPTA annual report for the period 1 July 2015 to 30 June 2016 be adopted. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? That is carried. And so now I'm going to move to the moving speech, Jonathan, about the annual accounts and the auditor.
Ooh, more people here than I thought. I see there's a bribe on my table, the ginger nuts for a ride back from Auckland. Thank you very much indeed. It's my pleasure to present the financial statements as of the 31st of March 2016. I will do what I've done in the past and refer to the document by page for those of you who are following. So starting at our statement of financial performance, you're pleased to note that the miscellaneous income this year rose by some $48,000. That was our settlement when we won the Teach First settlement. So that was our money coming through there. And that in turn boosted our overall performance, which this year I'm pleased to say we had a surplus of $445,342. This in turn has allowed us to raise our accumulated fund to $6,046,961. I'll draw your attention to page 3, which is our consolidated statement of financial position, and those accountants amongst you will know that this is a snapshot at a particular point in time, this being the 31st of March. The cash at bank, you'll notice this year, is very high. It was at $2,902,585. The reason for that was at the time we had a number of accounts which matured. Our accountant, Margaret, was away on holiday, so the money was deposited into our current account at the time. So that's the reason why it looks so very big there. I can assure you it has since been reinvested, and that our investment figure has moved from that which was shown on the accounts. Trade creditors this year seem to be much lower than last year. Last year we had a number of accounts payable to pay just before our end of financial accounts, and that was rather a glitch rather than a normality as far as we were concerned. So that's why we have a lower trade creditors this year. And for those of you who are really into accounting, you'll notice that the accrued expenses are up this year. I&O this year was held up in Auckland, and we are still trying to sort the account out to Holiday Inn, where we held the function. On page 4, I've had a question as to what is the sale of our investments. Well, this is rather a term used rather than an actual, and you could read that as being the cash value of our investments. We actually haven't sold any investments, so that hopefully explains that question. On that page, it also shows that we have an account with the National Bank. That is incorrect. It's actually with the ANZ Bank and has been for some time. We still have that account running, but we will be closing it in due course. I draw your attention to page 7. The auditors have stated we have changed our accounting policy to PBEPSAS. We haven't changed the way we've done things, it's just the way things are now, and that means Public Benefit Entity International Public Sector Accounting. The one thing I will draw your attention is the auditors is on page 9, and that's the President's flat, or President's apartment as is shown. Now, over the last 12 months, the building has a weather tightness problem that was exposed. The association was aware of that. We, as a party there, are fully involved with the body corp in the plans to get this sorted. So consequently, as is noted in the accounts, the book value for our flat is $248,753. I can report that the flat is currently rented out at a market rent of $600 a week. And lastly, I draw to your attention page 11 and 12, the detailed schedule of expenses. The association has been very vigilant this year in keeping expenses absolutely under a tight rein, and consequently that is why I am pleased to report that we have the surplus as we have. I ask that the consolidated financial accounts as prepared and have been audited be received.
Seconder. Oh, crikey. Seconder. Reserves. Any questions or comments? Come on. Really? Okay, no questions or comments. I'm going to move the recommendation that the statements of annual accounts and reports of the auditors for the year ending 31st March 2016 be received. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? Carried. And I'm going to move the statements of the annual accounts and reports of the auditors for the year ending 31st March 2016 be adopted. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? It's carried. All right, and I'm going to move that BDO Wellington be appointed as auditors for the year ending 31st of March 2017. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Thank you. We're going to move back to the equity paper. So if I can have the mover and seconder for the equity paper. I have a procedural. Who is it? Christopher, Mr. Crumble, have you got a seconder? Kendra. We have a procedural that we move into urgency. What that means is we stick to the times. No, actually, and there's a little less time. And given that we have got significant work to do today, I couldn't possibly comment, could I? I'm going to put the procedural that we move into urgency. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. We're now in urgency, which means you have half the amount of time to speak. All right, we're going to mover and seconder. I have a procedural, so we're back on the equity paper. I have a procedural. Do you have a seconder? Yes. Jill Gray and Michael Terry. Do you know what the procedural is? Okay, we have a procedural that the motions be put on the paper, that we put the motions. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? That was a long walk, wasn't it? No, just sit down. We haven't finished yet.
They have to be moved.
All right. I am going to test the mood of the meeting, which seems to be pretty amiable at the moment, and I'm going to put all 5 recommendations of this very important paper. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Thank you. That's done.
Okay, point of order, please. When the debate finished yesterday, there were additional recs up on the board. Does what we've just done
Yeah, no, we've
now-
just discussed that. So, yep, no, I apologise. We were just about to go back and move the 6th rec, but I didn't see it, so I moved 1 to 5. So thank you for that, and I've already had it from here as well. So we're about to deal with that, which paper we're going to pursue next. Go back. All right, we're going to move back to the business of the senior leadership paper. So while, the people, the mover and seconder of the senior leadership paper, and while everyone's jostling their papers, I'll go back and move recommendation 6 from the equity paper. Apologies, it was not on the screen, and I was relying on the technology instead of looking at my paper. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Is carried? Yes.
There were additional recs A and C plus a rec that we'd put in. They were up on the board. The additional one we'd put in didn't go in yesterday, but we were waiting to discuss it. But there were A and C. I think the B had been withdrawn. So can we just get this correct, please? Thank you.
Are there additional recommendations in the equity paper? Because we had nothing signalled. I may have... No, can I just ask the person who made the point of order, were they recommendations from the equity paper?
My recollection, and I could be horribly wrong and people can throw lollies at me.
Were you talking about the precariat paper?
No, I think I've ended up talking about that, unfortunately.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. So we've got the mover and the seconder of the senior leadership paper up. Do we pass it?
I'll stand up again, but we had moved it and it's been...
Right, apologies. We've got 5 minutes. We're going to move back to the speaking list of the precariat paper. And Katie was next on the list, and then Taylor, and then I think it's Lisa. There's no... Thank you. Okay, Katie, go for it.
Just to recap, this was the paper about fixed-term contracts being
Yes.
a problem. So, as a relatively new teacher, as a member of the Establishing Teachers Committee, as someone who is looking at her 3rd fixed-term contract in her 3rd year of teaching in her 2nd region next year, and as someone who has been fired under a 90-day trial period, these things are a problem, but I do not believe that they are of school principals' making. School principals have a role to play in stamping out this practice, but I think it's another symptom of the government's approach to managing the economic future of New Zealand.
Taylor?
Perfect timing.
Just a reminder that because we're an agency, you've got 3 minutes to make your brilliant speech.
3 minutes is more than enough time. I just wanted to share my experience at my school personally, because we have a principal who loves fixed term, and just to talk about some of the effects that has on kind of emerging teachers. There are a lot of new teachers who are on fixed term, and the principal recently kind of announced in assembly that some of them will be renewed, some of them will become permanent, some people unfortunately probably won't have a job. He didn't really announce exactly how that process was going to play out. He didn't really set some parameters around his decision making. He said there were going to be some discussions, and then in due course, he would let people know. Some people he'd previously verbally promised to, but he said later to them all, maybe it's not so certain anymore, and so on and so forth. So it hasn't been very pleasant. And basically, I felt they had really three effects on us as the emerging kind of teachers there who were on fixed term. Firstly, it meant that instead of collaborating with each other and trying to work out what's best for the kids, we often spent time trying to outdo each other, or at least sometimes it unfortunately seemed that way. So rather than working together, sharing resources, coming together to figure out how to meet registration criteria, people were trying to one-up each other or show that they had better practice, so they were more likely to get a job. Secondly, instead of being able to spend time focusing on pedagogy and improving our teaching, we spend a lot of time participating. We spend probably too much time either applying for the jobs or participating, unfortunately, in hearsay or trying to figure out who has the upper hand, who might be in the job next year and who isn't. And thirdly, instead of being able to manage our workload responsibly and reasonably and use our non-contact time to actually develop as beginning teachers, we ended up offering far too frequently to take on more and more roles, to go over our hour allocations, to offer to take up subjects or curriculum areas next year that we're not comfortable teaching, and to take on a lot of extracurricular, all to prove that we'll be able to do the job better than someone else next year. Overall, it's made it a much more uncomfortable environment at the school, and it's illegal, so it should stop.
Lisa? Procedural?
Motion be put.
No, I can't do, I'm not going to progress that. We've got amendments and new recommendations signalled at this stage. So I'll take Lisa and then we'll move on to our next item of business.
Okay, good morning everyone. Lisa Hargreaves from the Hawke's Bay First Conference, first speaker. I'm one of those mythical part-time permanent teachers. So Hawke's Bay supports the paper, but maybe one of the recommendations might be a little bit off for us. From our branches, our members made some comments about, well, this has been known for a long time. What are the PPTA doing? Why haven't they done something about it? And it's important that we understand what's happening with the people back in, our members back in the community. Sometimes they feel a bit isolated. But this paper has recommendations that are action-based and allows further time and discussion to take place and generate the detail. And I think that's important, that we don't focus on the detail at the moment, and that came up in our workshop. A little short personal story, and there's been a lot of those around. I applied for a permanent position as a beginning teacher and was told it was fixed term during the interview, as that happens to a lot of people. So my first 3 Christmas breaks were stressful rather than restful, as I waited to find out if I had employment in the future to support my family, my children. Okay. After I became informed about Section 66, thanks to PPTA training, and gained courage thanks to Michael Stevenson for his support, I took my school to mediation at the end of my 3rd fixed term contract. Although the outcome was not what I'd hoped for, I was now fully informed and ready to use my experience to support and represent other members in this situation. After reading this paper and attending the workshop, I feel that PPTA is going to take the collective and proactive approach the Hawke's Bay members are seeking. We now have a plan to question and tackle these illegal appointments. My current schools branch is strong, and we will continue to support our vulnerable members, now with a more collective approach, with the knowledge PPTA have our backs. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you. We're going to stop there and we are going to move to our next order of business, which is the paper establishment of a men's network. Can I have the mover and seconder up, please? All right. So from the chair, I am going to move that we go into committee so that we are safe to have a good, solid debate. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? We are now in committee, so Legal cases, and we've got some wording about that, so I need to sort of change the rules. We have a legal cases policy. We've got some wording we can talk to you about in the break. Actually, yeah, given that now.
Can I just on period, just looking at the way that fits, does that include the practices process, and without your recommendation to fit on the executive already approved? So can I review that? Okay.
So this is the one I got. This one. That's an amendment, no, that's an additional recommendation. That's too substantially different from the other recommendation. I think the other end, it's an additional recommendation. Okay, sorry, because it was an amendment and then we got the signature. Right, okay, we need to walk it. Oh, yeah, but the other thing you can do is we don't should be we'll come back and take the right. This is some great time, folks.
It's my privilege to introduce a man who needs no introduction because he's been here almost as many times as I, Alan Vester from Edgewater College. It's been my privilege to be your representative on the Secondary Principals Council this year, and what great PD that's been. And I think it's timely to remind members that principals are members as well, and they're a shrinking group in the SPC, so we need to look after them. They are human, and like us all, they make mistakes and get it wrong. And it's a good one that can say, that's what I've done. So welcome, Alan.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you. I'm just going to put my phone on just so I can put the timer on, because I realise that I'm the person that stands between you and morning tea. It's interesting actually. I did spend some time preparing a speech, and I look forward to coming to talk to this group. But of course things change so quickly just in the last couple of days. So I've made a couple of additions, and I will watch the time. So if I suddenly grind to a halt, you'll know that I've run out of time rather than things that I want to say. So I'll just set that going. So thanks for the opportunity to speak to the group. One of the things that you get to do as chair of the Secondary Principals Council, of course, is to speak to this conference, and of course that's probably one of the reasons that the job is not more highly sought after. It's surprisingly nerve-wracking actually speaking to this group. I mean, in my job I speak to lots of groups and quite at some length, but this is quite a daunting group to speak to. But the other thing about being on the SPC and being chairing that group is that you do have a lot of input into educational issues that you might not otherwise do. And in fact, in about a month, I'm speaking to Southland Otago principals, and one of the things I want to really encourage them to do is to get involved in SPC. And to get involved in if you talk about principal activism, I think we need to be taking a lead in a whole lot of roles. And one of the things about being the chair is that I do get an opportunity to have a say. And so the most recent one, of course, has been the funding review group. And I've long advocated for a change in the funding model. So I've been a proponent of changes in that for a long time. And I know that the furore over the global funding model might make you think we need to be careful what we wish for. But I still think that the review was needed, and I'm really confident that Secondary Principals Council and PPTA made significant contributions to that debate. I recommend the work that Angela did was great. I think significantly that the outcomes of that group would have been different if we hadn't been there. So I'm confident about that. But yesterday when I was just getting ready to come, I just read a little piece in The Atlantic, and it's an article called Good School, Rich School, Bad School, Poor School. So I was going to read a little bit of that. Opponents of school finance reform often argue that money isn't the problem, and that increased spending won't lead to better outcomes of schools in poor districts. But studies show that after courts order public schools to spend more on low-income students, students begin to do better and better in schools. And you've seen that in your equity paper. There may be challenges that go beyond what more equitable funding alone can solve, but it's the best place to start. So I think it's just, following on from that, I think it's really worth reading Nick Jones. Nick was at the dinner last night. He did a piece in the Herald yesterday, and there was a couple of comments in there that I thought that gave me cause for concern. One was by David Hodge, who's principal at Rangitoto College, and he was talking about the potential loss of international student income. And David said, For high decile schools, if there was any major downturn in the international students, so much so schools would be unrecognisable. And I think, well, what about those schools that are already in that situation where they don't have those students? So there's this argument that, in fact, we would be hugely disadvantaged if international students were no longer here, but actually there's a large number of New Zealand schools which don't have that advantage of that income at all. And so what that caused me the concern, really think about, was that in this funding review, to make a difference, and in the PPTA paper, it talks about the level of funding difference that will be needed to make a difference to education for the people in the most difficult communities. But I think that that's going to be a problem politically, because there'll be resistance to any change which makes an absolute redistribution of funding. I can understand that. So that if one school lost money for another school to get more, there would be huge opposition to that. However, I think there'll also be resistance if there's even a challenge to relativities. In other words, if no school got less, but another school became relatively better, I believe there'll be huge opposition to that as well. And I think that's going to be a real political challenge for the government, because we've got a system which suits a large proportion of our population and our communities now, and I think there'll be resistance to anything which changes that. I was also interested in your fixed-term contract debate that we just had, or we was just talking about. I totally agree with that. I think it's a terrible position. I can't understand how the government thinks that putting that kind of process in place is going to help attract the best and brightest into teaching. I think it works exactly against that. And if you want to get younger people to come into teaching, you've got to make the career, at least there's some security in the career. Teaching doesn't earn huge amounts of money, and many other jobs are also insecure, but they pay a lot more. If you're coming into a job which doesn't pay absolutely millions and then expect people to have a job which they may not get the following year, I think is terrible. So I would certainly support that debate. Thank you. Well, here's another one. You might clap for this in a moment too. So PPTA members should not underestimate how important their collective voice is when things of vital importance to the health of our education system are raised. You guys are really important. This organisation is one of the last large organisations which actually stands up for the public, I believe. Who else will publicly question, for example, how a government creates a system that encourages state school kids to apply to a scholarship for a private school and then calls the scholarship an Aspire scholarship? That just seems shameful to me. I agree. I just don't think that should be. They call it what they like, but it shouldn't be Aspire, in my opinion. It's important that we're at the table for as many of these discussions as possible. And Chris Hipkins, who was there last night, by naming me in a question on global funding that he was addressing to the Minister of Education in Parliament, has probably curtailed some of my invitations in the future, I would guess. Using the power of social media, our student trustee on the board somehow captured the moment on TV and has posted it on the school Facebook page. One of the conventions of this address is that the organisation, no one tells you what you have to speak about, so I get to speak about what I like. I just need to, which probably puts some concern for many of you. But anyway, I have thought about what I want to talk about. The first thing I want to raise is the issue of assessment, and then just talk a little bit about the potential impact of technology. I apologise that the things I'm going to address are long on concern and short on solutions. Assessment is very much bread and butter for teachers, with greater emphasis placed on internal assessment. The workload associated with it has significantly increased. Now, none of that's going to be news to you. However, now in my second year of teaching Level 3 economics again, I am dismayed by the amount of work that has gone into assessment. That's probably on its own a really good argument why principals should get in the classroom more. So how close... Well, you like that one too. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was thinking... there's really good stuff about assessment. I think that designing a good assessment task is actually a central role of teachers. How closely does the assessment match the learning intentions we had? What knowledge and skills does a student need to be able to achieve in this assessment task? If they do perform well, what does it actually mean? And how could we measure their mastery in a way that's more engaging? They're all questions that as teachers we should be asking, and I'm sure no one makes an apology for that. But where the problem starts for me is the level of compliance work and detail required. That includes the marking, the very detailed marking schedules, and a very compliance-heavy moderation process. Add in resubmissions and reassessments, and not forgetting the M&A visits, and we've created a black hole of teacher energy and time. Now, of course, we all want to have a robust national qualification, and of course we want all our students to have the best possible chance of achieving. But the current model is, in my opinion, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, workload issue in schools. Why are we putting so much energy into it? So why do we? Well, it does aim to improve both validity and reliability. It also has value in forcing us to critically examine our assessment practices, and it has, as noted above, contributed to more thoughtful assessment activities. However, I would suggest that a lot of this work is really being driven by the alternative assessment systems such as Cambridge. You do have to wonder why we design our system, at least partially, to answer the criticisms of proponents of an alternative assessment system. I especially wonder why, when that system neither returns the scripts to students or publishes its results. I may be wrong, and I may not have tried hard enough, but I have never been able to find out definitively even which countries sit the same exam as our students, which students those countries are from, and how many sit in any one subject, or what the pass rates are. So I believe that is a problem for us. So I said, oh look, I was short on solutions, but I do have one solution. If the benchmark for success is level 2, why do we spend so much time moderating level 1? Perhaps level 1 itself has had its day. Now that's not an original idea, but it is one that seems to be gaining some currency. It's also possible that technology is one way of reducing the load. There's a major investment of time and energy by NZQA to move to more assessment online, and that may well cause some concern for teachers as well. They do understand the issues of equity and the availability of the technology, not just for the assessment, but also for the learning process leading up to it. It won't be a panacea, but it might help. There's also some talk of externals being available to schools mid-year. Apart from reducing the stress of the end of the year and placing assessments much closer to where the material has been taught, I would also contend that there are standards which are currently internally assessed that could be done as online externals. I know that as teachers, many of us welcome the wider availability of internal assessment as being good for students, but suspect there are more than a few here today that would now question that. One effect of increased internal assessment is increased workload for both students and teachers. Another, and probably unanticipated effect, results from the fact that when qualifications can be earned with few, if any, externally assessed standards, there is an increased need to prove the internally assessed standards are rigorous and reliable. And I think that's a double up. And if you read the Herald recently, the work done by Kirsty Johnson in there, you'll see some stuff. In the address I gave to this conference in 2013, I've been doing this for a while, the focus was on the potential impact of technology on schools. In 2013, with the democratisation of the technology, with cheaper devices in every student's hand, I predicted we'd see great change. However, the much anticipated change has not occurred as envisaged, and certainly not as quickly. So there's been much slower. Mark Prensky, many of you may have read the book, he called Teaching Digital Natives, makes the point that too much energy is currently going to try and establish better versions of what we already do, rather than creating a more future-focused education process. And he says, we are working hard to educate a new generation in old ways, using tools that have ceased to be effective. There are multiple publications that outline the potential of technology to change education. I was on the 21st Century Learning Reference Group that produced the report on the way forward for New Zealand, and we contributed to that body of work. A World Economic Commission Forum commissioned report prepared by the Boston Consulting Group concluded that its full potential to have an impact on student learning in primary and secondary education has yet to be realised. In a paper by Fullen and Donnelly called Alive in the Swamp, Assessing Digital Innovations in Education, they note these early technology-enabled innovations are usually not directly accountable for student learning outcomes. They cannot quantify the impact of their products, and it is uncertain to know for sure the impact they are having at classroom level. Fullen goes on in his latest book, again, probably one that many of you have read, called Stratosphere. When we consider technology and schooling, we are in for much more digital disappointment. Despite the astounding and abounding creativity and ubiquity of technology in the world at large, it's barely showing up in schools. I'm not sure why the Minister of Education would be surprised that her cool idea was not more warmly greeted by educators. We're struggling to integrate technology into the classrooms where we have trained professionals. If schools were not designed to supplement and complement what we do as teachers in the classroom, there could be some useful dialogue, but as an alternative to us, the main providers of education, we don't think so. Which kids will be the ones who end up enrolled in schools? In my opinion, many will be the very students who are already disengaged, and I believe it is naive to think that a heavily online learning environment will change that. So if technology is having less impact in the classroom than might have been predicted, where is it having an effect? My goodness. Won't get through most of this. So I don't want to present some dystopian future, but I see a real challenge with the impact of technology on employment, and that has implications for us as teachers. And that's one of the reasons that I've got those slides that are above you there, and most of them relate to that. So just checking that time again. Sorry, folks. I don't want to... Oh, dear. I'm either going to have to talk very fast or leave a lot of pages out. The developed world experience has been there where automation and technology destroys job in one area, new opportunities and new industries are created. What's more, those jobs have been better jobs requiring new skills, offering better working conditions and paying higher wages. As productivity increased, so did wages. However, more recently, productivity seems to have been decoupled from employment and wages. Martin Ford, who was previously a founder of a Silicon Valley software company, he's written a book called The Rise of the Robots. I would put it down as a must-read book. So his name's Martin Ford, The Rise of the Robots. I really recommend it. He says, in an area that will be defined by a fundamental shift in the relationship between workers and machines, that shift will ultimately challenge one of our most basic assumptions about technology, that machines are tools that increase the productivity of workers. Instead, machines are turning themselves into workers, and the line between that capability of labour and capital is blurring as never before. The CEO of Momentum Machines, which manufactures equipment that automates the fast food industry, hence the burger up there, is very straight up and has said, our device isn't meant to make employees more efficient, it's meant to completely obviate them. Indeed, the marketing copy on the company's site states that their automation does everything employees can do except better. Now, the notion of being responsible for mass unemployment does not sit well with any company's view of social responsibility. So here's what Momentum Machines has to say on that topic. The issue of machines and job displacement has been around for centuries, and economists generally accept that technology like ours actually causes an increase in employment. The three factors to contribute to this are: the company that makes robots must hire new employees. The restaurant that use our robots can expand their frontiers of production, which it requires hiring more people. And the general public saves money on the reduced cost of our burgers. This saved money can then be spent on the rest of the economy. Now, that very much encapsulates the experience of the technological advances in the past, but there's an enormous number of commentators out there now who are saying that's simply not true this time round. Using the Momentum Machines example, the burger robots will be manufactured largely by other robots and in fact displace the manufacturer of more conventional equipment. The restaurant using the robots might well expand their frontiers, but most likely at the expense of other manufacturers who will lose custom to these more precisely made, more customised and cheaper burgers. And the saved money is more than accounted for by rising unemployment. Online shopping poses a similar threat. The theory is that as people move increasingly to online shoppings, the jobs will move from traditional retail to warehouses and distribution centres. What's often forgotten is that once in the warehouse, the process becomes far easier to automate. Jobs are lost. It shows up in the demise of highly successful businesses. Blockbuster, the former star retailer in the home movie and video game rental business, worth $5 billion just 10 years ago, is closing shop as competition from online streaming and on-demand rental sites proved too tough. At its peak, Blockbuster had 9,000 stores and 60,000 employees. That, because we now access our content through digital means, we employ a fraction of those. So those jobs are disappearing. The pattern is found in all areas from car manufacture to agriculture. So why is there not more concern? Basically, the belief has been that the jobs being lost are routine, low-wage and low-skill jobs, and those workers from those sectors will, with more education and training, move to more skilled and better-paid employment. So we've always thought we can get around this because more jobs will be created. That's not happening. It's not happening in the service sector anymore in the United States. It's not happening in those jobs which have traditionally been regarded as high skill and therefore cannot be replaced by machines. So what we're losing is we're losing engineering, architecture, accounting. Those are jobs which have traditionally been resistant to the movement of robots and technology, but are increasingly being challenged by that. Career New Zealand in 2016 Growing Trends says this is what's happening in New Zealand: increasing part-time employment, later entry to the workforce, ongoing training and or retraining, and less upward promotion. So as educators, we've been able to argue convincingly that with more education, kids have got a better life choice. But what will our role be if that future does not arrive, where simply there is not enough jobs for people even if they are educated. This phone's beeping at me, so it must be time to shut up. Here's the problem. New Zealand, when we look at university graduates even, increasingly jobs are being filled by people who have a degree but don't need the degree for that particular job. In the United Kingdom, the figure's predicted to be up to 45% of recent graduates are now employed in roles which did not require a degree. It's no better in the United States. They figure that it's around 35% of people in the United States go into work from college degree to a job that didn't require the degree in the first case. In the United States, in the next 10 years, they're expecting the number of college graduates will grow by 19 million, but the number of jobs requiring that level of education is expected to grow by 7 million. There's going to be 1.5 billion new workers in the world economy from places like China and India. They're educating people in huge amounts. Now, many of them, and most of them, in fact, will not be able to take jobs in New Zealand, but even a tiny percentage of such a large number is still a large number. So we're having outsourcing. What's happening is that many jobs are moving offshore. Now, you'll read sometimes, because people don't always agree with this, and they say, well, hang on, I've heard of a company in North Carolina that's moved back and they're now producing textiles again in North Carolina. Haven't done that since 1983. And it's true, they're producing just as much as they did in 1983 back in the United States. Previously, they had 2,000 employees in that factory. Now they have 140. So even those roles are disappearing. So I'm just going to keep going through this page because I'm going to have to stop. But one of the things that really, really concerns me is that if, in fact, we have additional wealth created by technology and robots, how do we make sure our students and we benefit from that? So we are going to require a fundamental rethink in the way in which income's distributed in our country, I believe. And we have some serious, serious problems on that. I just mentioned that the Prime Minister was reported that a reason that we need so many migrant workers was that New Zealanders didn't have the capacity to fill those jobs because they were too drugged and lacked a work ethic. And that would be a view that some people actually thought, well, that's probably right. What the PM seems to be forgetting is that many of the jobs he's accusing New Zealanders of being too lazy to do are short-term, low-wage, insecure and casualised work, which not only pay badly, but can also make it difficult to get back onto a benefit when that work finishes. And that's why people are not doing that. So recently, it was only because trade unions got actively involved that we managed to stop zero-hour contracts. In the United Kingdom, 900,000 people are currently employed on zero-hour contracts. Now that means there's nothing you can do towards saving for a house, there's nothing you can do towards saving for your future, and I don't believe that's the kind of future that we want. So I will stop. I haven't got anywhere near the end, but I'll try and stop my phone buzzing at me, put it in my pocket. Okay, so we've got increasing inequality in our country, and recently, in fact, the government said, this is great, we haven't had more inequality in the last little break, and it sounds good. I'm sure people are pleased by that. However, even when you don't have inequality increasing as a percentage, it still happens in dollar terms. So in 2007, the prepaid taxable income of those households at the bottom 20% have increased by $4,000. The top 20%, their incomes have increased by $43,000. It's a huge difference. And you think, well, that's maybe not so bad. But actually, the income inequality doesn't reflect wealth inequality. And now people are saying in the Statistics Division that we've got the largest wealth inequality that we've ever had in New Zealand as well. So we've not only got income differences, we've got wealth. I think we need to stop because I'll just go to the end. Okay, so last two paragraphs. Sorry, I wrote, God knows how I thought I was going to get through all this. When I was sitting in my office reading it to myself, I had no trouble. Okay, so if machines were in fact to make human labour superfluous, we would have to vast aggregate wealth, but a serious challenge in determining who owns it and how to share it. This will require a fundamental rethink on how we ensure all New Zealanders have a living income, and that will of necessity require action to deal with the pernicious effects of globalisation and the increasing share of GDP that accrue to corporate profits. Do we as educators have a role to play? I think we do. I believe we have a combined voice that can be heard, a voice that can raise issues about education, about the future of education, and about the future that our students face. In a society that increasingly seems to favour the individual over the group, I believe that we still have a real role to play. So keep up the good work. Thank you. Come back here now.
Thank you so much, Alan, for addressing many of the issues that have been discussed at this conference: equity funding, workload, the risk posed by coals, quality senior leadership. Interesting that you used the words dystopian future. This too has been a theme of this conference: the war on education and the degrading of our profession to a market. In response to the PPTA's decision to call paid union meetings, our minister made a statement that was something like, "Teachers don't trust their principals." It was unfair. Our principal members are part of our strength and need our support. Imagine a world where schools had a CEO instead of experienced professional leaders who understand what it is to be a teacher. Thank you, Alan.
And I'm sure you'll have time for stay for morning tea, Alan. Fantastic. Okay, so we are going to have karakia kai, and a waiata, of course. And see, I can smell the coffee. And if anyone hasn't checked out of their rooms, I'm going to do that on behalf of Louise. Please do it at morning tea, and if you haven't signed the attendee register, the big book, come up and sign it during the break. And if you could all be here promptly at 11, and we'll be returning to our precariat paper. Waiata, a cup of tea. Ai.
E tū koutou, he waiata. I te mea noa nai nei te aroha, no ngā tūpuna, tuku iho i tuku iho, te whenua, he oranga mo te iwi, no ngā tūpuna i tuku iho, whakapono tūmanako, ko te mea nui, ko te aroha, no ngā tūpuna i tuku iho. Anau mai ngā nui e horo nei, e hara mai no koe. I whakaputa anuku, i whakaputa arangi, tawhia, kia rehua, kia tamanui te ao marama, i rungua, whakairia, ki runga, tūturu whakamaua, kia tīna. Haumi e hui e, tāki e. Kia ora.
I'll ask her to send me more information. Simon, you were next week. Yeah, Tan Day was yesterday. So, yeah. Hey, Jill. Right, Jill. Now, who's about the... Yeah, nice. Mine's on the table. Oh, good. I like it.
support it. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the speaking list. Norm?
Norman Austin, Waikato Region, kia ora te whanau. Just a couple of small points about the paper. The Waikato Region, we had a long debate about this paper and we have decided to support it in its entirety. We did have a few issues with the wording, but we've agreed to go along with the wording as it was in the original proposals. The one thing, or a couple of things I want to raise is in terms of recommendation 4, the other relevant organisations, it would seem to me that the relevant organisation to work through is the Secondary Principals Council. That would be, I think, certainly a first step to get the message out to the regional principals meetings, particularly about the actual use of fixed-term appointments. There is, in fact, a leaflet available for branches to use. It's dated July last year, or May 2015. It's called Fixed Term Agreements. So it's around in your field office, and I think it's important that branches have that so that they can actually monitor what's going on. We know that there is plenty of information in the collective agreement about how this should operate, and I've just looked through the collective agreement quickly, and there's about 8 different places in the collective agreement where the issue of fixed term and relief teaching comes up. So there's information there. It's a matter of the branches just being able to enforce it. And I think also working through the Principals Council is going to be pretty significant in the regions as well. Thank you.
Glenn?
Kia ora. Thanks, Paul. Your presentation was amazing and was quite inspired by that. And following on from Maury's talk about neoliberalism, you know, we've got this action up here, but people say, what are the union going to do? And then I think I look around and actually we are the union. Everyone in here is the union. All our members are union members. We are the union. And I felt quite inspired to actually go to my board and do a presentation on neoliberalism, on the precariat, on pointing out the effect it's having on our members, telling them what it feels like, how you can't get a house, how you can't plan for your future. And I'd just like to encourage everyone here to go to their board and just do a little presentation. They're all new boards now, and it'll be a really good time to do it, and it's something that we can do as a union. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to test this. I think I'm at the end of my speaking list. Okay, Grant and Vanessa.
Sorry about that, I thought I'd been picked. I'm also part of the precariat. I left a nice permanent position because I wanted to teach my subject of history. So if there's a vacancy up in Auckland, I might put my name in, but no. I moved over, changed schools on a short-term, or on a fixed-term contract with the word or the promise that, yeah, this will become permanent. You're one of only 2 history teachers in the school, so no problems. 18 months later, I'm on my second fixed term, rolled over. Investigating our school, and so which is why Manawatu Wanganui find this paper so important. In our school alone, 20% of our teaching staff, so that is 20 out of roughly 100 teachers, are on fixed term. Some have been on fixed term for almost 4 years. Our senior leadership team believe that they have a wonderful policy that is standard for them, that after 2 years you automatically become permanent. They actually believe this is legal. Our field officer is having a field day with them just now. And the the potential legal action involves 5 of us already, and discussions are going on with the principal at this point. People are scared, people are worried. This paper actually has balls. Now it's got a chance to actually stand up for us and our members throughout the country. But in my rural area, it's just going to be spot on. We can do a lot of work with it. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Vanessa and then I think Amanda. Keep
Kia ora.
focused on why you're speaking.
Just seeking, I suppose, clarification. We had 2 other motions that were put up yesterday, the one about the guide to schools for employment or relief teachers and the provide more funding to schools so that they're not forced to make positions fixed term. I'm just wondering if we could have some information about those, or are they still on the table? Thank you.
No, they're not on the table. Further discussion, the one is business as usual. It's already being done. And the relief teachers one was withdrawn because, firstly, it isn't actually connected to the business of this paper, but Waikato want to do a paper on it for next year. So, and that's always the best process. So actually, instead of reacting, we've got some work around it. So that's what's happened to those 2 recommendations.
Hello, Graham Smith, Robert Wellington exec. As a member of the exec, I've always supported initiatives that inform and stop casualisation of any teacher as well as beginning teachers. I support the recs. I'm very concerned about the way beginning teachers are being treated. My only concern is that we must not drive a wedge between us and our principals. Otherwise, John Key's going to love us forever.
Okay, there are no further speakers. Right of reply.
Kia ora koutou, ko Paul Stevens, toka wingua. Ko. Kia ora. Thank you so much to all of those who have spoken in support of the paper. The response that the Auckland region has had to this has been really encouraging, and thank you so much for that. A huge thank you as well to Michael Terry, both as seconder and chairing the Auckland region, helping get this through. Eva and Tom have both had a lot of support as staff members on this paper as well. And further to that, I want to make sure that we are properly acknowledging our field officers. At the moment, they are spending huge amounts of time, as I mentioned yesterday, on this issue, and they are fighting these fires and doing that good work out in our regions across the country. And one of the goals of this paper is to free up those field officers to be focusing on other areas, and that's really the strength of our union and the strength of our collective, is that we can gain those new areas so that we can be charting new territory as well. And I very much want to quickly echo what Glenn referred to in terms of going to our boards. That was really the main drive behind the commitment to establishing teachers. And maybe we could even strengthen that perhaps in the future by enlarging it from just establishing teachers to acknowledge that those re-establishing their careers and others in the precariat has been brought up in light of this paper is worth doing. But really, at this point, even before it's been voted on, I hand this over to you guys. I hand this over to every region, to every branch, to every net, to every network that's out there, that just as the strength of our union is in the strength of our branch, we no longer need to feel that we're isolating members or that we're even isolating schools or regions, because this commitment is meant to be the thing that's done now. We are meant to be taking this par for the course. It's instructed by our executive and by the body here today. We are meant to be taking this to our boards, to our principals. It's like a fair trade sticker. They are signing it and saying, we are supporting our teachers. Thank you very much. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Okay, I'm going to put recommendations 1 to 5. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? They are carried. I'm going to put recommendation 6. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? It is carried. And recommendation 7. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Well done. So we're going to go back to the men's paper, and I'm going to move from the chair that we go into committee. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. We're in committee. Historically, Louise Green.
Whakarongoa ki aia te tangi o te manu manu tai ko o te mana whenua te ati awa. Tuia, tuia, tuia. Tuia I runga, tuia I raro. Tuia I roto, tuia I waho, tuia I te here tangata. Ngā iuni ana e rua te whakakaha o te kaiako I roto I ngā kura tuatai, ngā kura tuarua no reira tēnei te mihi kia pōrua. Mai hara mai ki whānau, mātou tō whānau, reira tēnei pō.
I don't need notes for this one. I've been thinking about the speech for a while. Welcome, Paul and Louise. It is wonderful to be able to welcome you to Te Huarahi. Crikey. I do need my notes. Te Wehingaroa, to PPTA. Historic occasion. It's been a very, very long time since we've been able to enjoy each other's company in such a context. I had the privilege of going to the NZDI conference the other day and addressing their members, and I was so warmly welcomed, and I think everybody there, like we do, acknowledges the considerable shift in our relationship in the last 6 weeks. And we've been talking about the fact that we've started to mobilise and that we need to continue to do it because there's a big beastie out there that needs to be defeated. And we will, as you've heard me say before, that's okay. There's a fight out there, but that's okay because when we fight, we win. So a lot of our members, both organisations have said, well, that was a jolly good start, now what? And I know there are rumours, there was joint cake cutting at some point, but don't break out the wedding bells just yet. I have described, the what next, ko wairau ta'awa, and the what next is how we work together, how do we travel down our river out to the sea. I don't think we do it as the Maiti Waikato, which is one solid force that with solid determination gets out to the sea. I think it is like my river, which is a braided river, and it is nimble and it is tenacious and it comes across barriers and it moves around them and it comes together when it should and it goes its own way when it should, but it still gets out to the ocean. And we will, so by doing that, I think we will win the fight. We will eventually get rid of bulk funding, and we will eventually get better funding. So welcome, Louise, and I'm sure that everybody is really excited to have you here, and we'd love to hear from you. So the stage is yours.
Tēnā koe matua. I ngā mana, i ngā reo, i ngā hau e whā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko horana, rawa ko i ngā rangi, ngā whenua oku te puna, ko maunga kia kia te maunga, ko waitamata te moana, ko whau te awa, no tamaki makaurau a hau, kei whanganui a tara, toku kāinga noho. Ko te manakura o te riaroa a hau, ko Louise Green toku ingoa. Kia orana, talofa lava, whakalofa lahi atu, Nisa Bula, warm Pacific greetings. I bring you warmest, warmest, warmest greetings from the 400 representatives attending our annual conference in Rotorua just over the last few days. We started our meeting on Sunday, and we've had an amazing conference. And hot topic was the work that we have been doing together over the last little while. Mā whiro, mā pango, ka oti ai te mahi. This whakatauki, uses the red and black strands of ko whaiwhai to depict a coming together to achieve a common purpose. And reflecting back on the past few weeks, this is a fitting metaphor for PPTA and NZI Te Rerua coming together in union to get the work done. And what work it was. A very big thank you to you all who co-chaired or spoke at one of the paid union meetings. A big thank you if you encouraged and organised people in your worksite to attend, including our support staff members. And a big thank you to you who listened to the messages of other members and took those messages back to your families and friends. While Angela and I have worked very closely together over the past 2 years, and our national secretaries and national staff are in regular contact, I think the paid union meetings have taken things to a whole new level. And delighted that it's on our watch, Angela. We took on a huge task with those 54 meetings around the country, but at every single one, we met and exceeded our own collective expectations. We sent a strong and united signal to the government about the need for better funding, not bulk funding, and we did it with professionalism, with passion, and in unprecedented numbers. Unity through diversity. That has to have been the lasting impact of our combined meetings over the past few weeks. I have never been more proud of our sector or our 2 unions. Just as importantly, we have connected and begun to galvanise members into action across the country. And having just come from 4 days of the NZI Te Reo conference, where our theme was ourselves, our values and our actions, I can report that our members are pumped, absolutely pumped, and buzzing with plans for the next steps in the campaign, and they want to work with you on this. We have laid out 4 strategies for success on this campaign. Unity across the sector, high visibility, engagement with parents, whānau and communities, and advocacy to our parliamentarians. We've done pretty well. In fact, I think we've done very well on the first 2 strands. And when we look at the 3rd strand around the engagement, it's easy to talk about parent and community engagement, but it actually takes really serious work. With the launch of the National School Bus Roadshow on the very first day of Term 4 and the goal of 100,000 postcards signed and sent to the Minister, we have some tools to help with our communities. But it's still going to rely on the 100,000 conversations to go with those postcards to make sure we get our point across. So we've noticed already with our members, and I'm not sure what's happening with you, you'll have your own stories, but we know following the paid union meetings that we had members all around the countryside going back into their communities and doing something. They were energised. In Porirua, for example, if you're a Facebook fiend, you might have seen that the teachers in about half a dozen schools, I think it was, in the Porirua area, on one particular day, at one particular time, all went and stood on the street corner and at various street corners around the Porirua township area, and started conversing, waving and, talking to people as they went past, and actually having conversations with people about why we were being as evident and as visible and as noisy and loud about the bulk funding issues and the better funding issues. And, people all over the countryside are telling us of things that they're doing already because they're so pumped. We also want to see some joint PPTA and NZDI Te Reo delegations to government MPs over the next few weeks to reinforce our message that we need that better funding for better learning and to get rid of that global budget. And that's particularly important right now because of the Cabinet's decision that needs to be made. Excuse me a minute. So the arguments against the global budget bulk funding proposal have been well rehearsed here and at the paid union meetings. So I want to instead focus in my time with you on why the commitment to better funding campaign with our communities that both our memberships overwhelmingly endorsed means so much to our members. We launched at our conference on Sunday a scorecard on the government's funding of education. And if we apply the Shonky National Standards terminology to the key government's commitment to funding, there's no choice but to mark it well below standard. To use Angela and Jack's analogy of a Venn diagram with both our unions share primarily a commitment to equity. So let's be clear. Our education system is inequitable and produces inequitable results for many students. That is not the fault of individual teachers and individual schools. Factors outside the school gate drive most of the inequity in outcomes for our students. But inequitable resources inside the education system is one factor that we can and must do something about. It is shameful that on the issue of equity, the OECD 2012 PISA data tells us that New Zealand has the highest achievement gaps in the OECD. We have one of the largest variabilities in terms of school resourcing between low decile and high decile schools in terms of money, human resources, material resources and time resources. The 2012 PISA data shows that New Zealand has particularly wide gaps between advantaged and disadvantaged schools in terms of teacher shortages, physical infrastructure such as classrooms, grounds and equipment, and materials such as computers, library equipment, textbooks, etc. But we know that. So clearly, current decile funding rates have simply not been sufficient to address the needs of our students and schools in our poorest communities. NZDI Te Reo does not believe a new equity funding system that relies on big data alone to target and potentially stigmatise individual children is sufficient. We reject the idea that inequity is somehow an individual responsibility or characteristic. Instead, we need to combine both the insights the new data bring us with the broader data that looks at the needs of school communities where poverty and inequity is concentrated, endemic and intergenerational. We have a huge challenge in this area because we will not blindly accept the government's social investment strategy, also known as a new form of rationing process. But with the PPTA, we share values and a commitment to improving equity, and I believe we can go forward in the funding review process joined at the hip. Our report card on Sunday signalled other areas of chronic underfunding. For example, the latest OECD Education at a Glance report, released on September the 16th, showed that New Zealand falls well below the OECD average on primary school spending, with just $7,354 per child compared to an average of $8,477 in other developed countries. That's a huge difference per child. More immediately, in its May budget 2016, the national government froze the school operations grant that pays for essential school running costs such as the power bill and support staff wages. The operations grant is around 30% of school funding and has not previously been frozen, even though previous increases have not always kept pace with inflation. I've been a principal for 20 years, so I can tell you that. We haven't had a freeze before. Independent economic researchers, Infometrics, say that the freeze is actually equivalent to a 2.3% cut to the real value of per student funding when adjusted by the education component of the labour cost index. Meanwhile, between 2009 and 2016, the special education grant fell by 1.8% when labour cost increases are taken into account, decreasing the per student value of the grant in real terms, while the number and complexity of children with special needs grew dramatically. To reverse the 2016 budget cut alone would require an investment of between $40 and $65 million in total operations grant funding next year. But this is not just an issue of dollars and cents. It's fundamentally about people and how we value them within education. 1/3 of the education workforce, that's 26,000 people, are teacher aides, office administration staff, science technicians, librarians, sports coordinators, IT technicians, school nurses, and others. And they are bulk funded, largely through the operations grant and the special education grant. And as a principal, I know how essential these people are to the running of my school and providing the personal support for learning for many students. I'm sure you will all have your own experiences of this essential role that these people play within our schools. We are about to go into bargaining next term for our nearly 10,000 support staff members. Most support staff earn less than the living wage of $19.80 an hour. They are paid for only 40 weeks of term time a year, and this year, annualised staff are suffering the further indignity of being paid 3.7% less a fortnight for 27 fortnights because of a NovoPay payroll technicality. And yes, that's in spite of NZI Te Reo winning 2 court cases. We're back in court again, arguing the case with the ministry, just to get justice for these members. With the budget freeze, the government is signalling the chances of support staff getting any wage increase at all as a very big fat zero, and that's not good enough. Such low wages mean many support staff still live, like many of our students' families, in precarious financial situations with the stress that brings. And such low wages are not going to help attract the right people into the support staff roles to support the running of our school and to support our learners. They are not going to help professionalise support staff as a workforce, and they are not going to lead to a better quality learning support for students and for better support for you as teachers. That is why we're asking you to support our campaign for better funding, and in this case, to break the freeze of the operations grant. Please go to the Better Funding, Better Learning website to find our petition online and talk to our support staff talk to your support staff colleagues back in your work sites when you go back to school next term, and just ask them about what the situation means for them personally. They often don't tell us their stories, but if we engage them in conversation, it's quite humbling and sobering to listen to their plight. And your solidarity, your interest, your care and your concern will be a huge gift to them and a huge boost as they go into what are going to be some really trying negotiations. Finally, our early childhood education. As you know, you've learnt from the paid union meetings, the Early Childhood Centre is bulk funded. and funding for our youngest learners has actually been frozen since 2010. 2010. No increase to OPS grants, in spite of what the Minister says about the millions of dollars going into early childhood. That's all about participation, bums on seats, not about the operations grant. So kindergarten services report the rate of funding per child per hour remains less than it was in July 2008, despite having to meet significant cost increases over that time. The government cut funding in 2009 for services employing more than 80% qualified teachers. So these factors have led some services to reduce the ratio and number of qualified teachers, leading to an increase in group sizes. They have led to teaching in early childhood education being more precarious, more casualised and lower paid, especially in the significant chunk of the private sector, which is now dominated by the Australian corporate giant Evolve and the former Kiddie Corp chain, now renamed Best Start. The impact of bulk funding in early childhood is stark when it comes to renegotiation of collective agreements for teachers, and we should take warnings from this. Now, global budgets are leading this way. So there are real pressures for both the kindergarten teachers and the early childhood teachers in our community centres. And again, with bulk funding, even willing employers who really want to pay people what they are worth, to pay them their value, and to have high levels of qualified teachers in their services, even those willing employers are struggling. And we're seeing huge restructuring, hours cut, and work conditions change. It's tragic. Earlier this week, at our conference, we celebrated 20 years of Te Whāriki, the early childhood curriculum. That curriculum, with its emphasis on holistic learning, communication and contribution and dispositions to learn, had a huge impact on the development of the New Zealand curriculum, which we use every day. As educators, we should be generous in acknowledging the learning we give and take from each other, whether we are teaching 3-year-olds or 13-year-olds. We also honoured Te Whāriki because it is a bicultural document that was revolutionary in 1996, and because it still challenges us. It challenges us to work and evolve as bicultural organisations and to question our own biases as educators working with our students. It reminds us that educators and our unions must always be on the frontier, the forefront of exploration, learning and change, because those are the challenges we relish. Whāriki, or mats, are strong because they weave multiple strands together. And over the past 20 years, early childhood teachers and support staff have been on a journey alongside their primary teacher and primary principal colleagues. And when we act in union with you, our secondary colleagues, we are all truly stronger together. Mā whiro, mā pango, ka oti ai te mahi. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora tātou. I'm sure I speak for every single person in this room when I say to Louise and to Paul, whakawhatai hoki koutou I uru tahi. Whakawhatai mō tau kaha. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your strength. In my school, the home economics teachers sit in that corner over there when they come into the staff room, and the science teachers always sit in exactly the same place. Some may have that opinion of the relationship between our two compulsory sector unions. But the minister gave us lemons, and we made lemonade. I think we need to signal our deep appreciation and ongoing strength for fighting for teachers, for education, and if you want to hold those banners up again one more time, for better funding. Kia ora.
Where are we? Lunch. Wednesday, Thursday, sorry. Oh, thank you. Okay. Before we break for lunch in Karakia Kai, just a few comments. Firstly, about shuttles this afternoon. Everyone who's catching a plane this afternoon, check their itinerary and what time their flight's departing. So what you need to do is be waiting in the lobby with your luggage at least an hour before your plane is scheduled to depart. The hotel will be running shuttles almost continually, but it's always a bit of a struggle getting everyone there, so as so many of you are flying out at the same time. If anyone can't find their itinerary or doesn't know what time they're leaving, good luck with going to see... No. Louise is more than happy to help you out. You need to go and see her in the PPTA office in 401, which is next door here, over the lunch break. And please be seated here by 1 o'clock for the next session. We've still got a lot of business to attend to, so that's us.
Karakia mo te kai, ka whakamoimeti i ngā pautiri au, nau mai i ngā nui o te wao nui o te ngāki no te waitai o te wai Māori. Nā tāne, nā rongo, nā tangaro, nā maru. Ko rangi nui e tūnei, ko papatūnuku e takoto nei. A tūturu whakamaua kia tīna. Haumi e, hui e, tāu ki e. Kia ora, kia ora tātou.
All right.
Okay, good. Thanks very much for that.
Well, Michael.
Well, this is a bit been put on the spot here. Welcome to the PPTA annual conference. It's been a pleasure to be welcome to speak today. I have been a part of the PPTA for about 3 years now, and I'm now checking the microphone. I'm live now. Okay. Check 1, 2. Two, 1. What was that, sorry? Okay. 2, 1, check. Check 1, 2, check 1. Check 1.
Oh no, we don't have any of those. Oh yeah.
Venus for showing nice vision.
Okay. Now, you know, Trev, you just got to watch the legs on his chest. Yeah, that's what happened to Robbie. We're not meeting the PPTA room, are we? We're going to look.
Seat at the top table.
This is the top table here, so we're in the right place. They can't blame us. We're here. Well, it's good to see she's eating. I've got to remind you every time, every now and then, especially at the executive meetings, to eat. She's an amazing woman, I don't know. I've yet to meet another woman that I even say to her sometimes, can you breathe? Just breathe. Because you know well, you're a mathematician, you just have an estimation of how many words comes out of her mouth. When she starts speaking, I'm not putting you down or anything, just say that she's very bloody good. Fantastic. Oh, the limit gave us the limit.
makes sense. Because I've always wondered why in my region I can't do it. What? Because the East Coast does come under the Auckland Field Office. I suppose, surplus staffing office is Punts. So, but the whole thing is that I know the staff in the schools, they talk to me, I get email correspondence when things go. So I know a lot of the issues. Someone coming in from outside can't hear because they haven't got the questions to ask or whatever. They've got no background. And it's certainly for Wairua, it's only an hour and a half drive for me. Whereas some used to either fly to Napier and then have the hour and a half drive, or fly to Brisbane and have an hour and a quarter drive. I mean, I can't fly to Gisborne, so an Auckland person could be in Gisborne quicker than me. No, and it's just so. It almost annoys me that Auckland allocate Auckland staff to my region service staff.
David came in. Yeah, he told me and said, "Oh, look, if it comes up,
Well, I went to him this morning because I've been sitting with Conan. I actually went to find him last night. I mean, Conan told me that they're going to be losing 3 staff. And I thought, I have to see David. I don't want an Auckland person coming down to a school that and I've already done a Catholic. You know, we did one at Gisborne Girls, and then all of a sudden it's taken away. It's another few profit schools out, and it just doesn't make sense.
however, making sense. Doesn't happen too often.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense very often. Just heard about superstar. The East Coast schools come up here, so I don't normally do. I don't know whether that's something that needs to be looked at in the future.
It was initially, I understand, happened that way because
we used to do the Katniss at Gisborne. Jan did one at Gisborne Girls when they did the restructuring. We've always done them up to the last 2 years.
Gavin's here, Jack, Angela, Gavin does the...
Who's my field officer for up there? Nice.
That's one of those things, organisational.
There's a quorum. Got a quorum? Yeah. Lee's walking around with plain food. And Jack's out here this week. I was checking. Who do we miss?
Oh, we're missing Jack and Angela.
Jack's out this week. Yeah, no, that's okay. Okay.
And despite they returned, still run the position of five.
Yeah.
Right. I can see fire.
I'll move so I can have just one next to you.
We're part of the quorum speaking part. We need 4 people.
You need to come up with stuff here.
So this is a special meeting of the committee that approves the service awards. And what happened was I'm secretary for the Waikato region was having problems with his email server at school. And one of the nominations didn't get received the national office, which is not fulfilling. It's a region that pays service awards quite seriously. In their letter that they received other nominations. And I suggested to them maybe wait till next year two together to approve award for Vinny. If that's the decision of the committee, then we'll announce it after
I would have liked to see what they've got. I mean, I know Vinny and I know the work she's done up there, and I would certainly support it, but I've just got a feeling that we do actually read the others through. And, you know, she said it was followed up by an email on the 26th of June. Did you get that follow-up? Was that
it was only an email saying that we should accept the nomination. There was no nomination attached.
It was a forum of three.
And that's in the time frame of the 26th of June was
Very fine.
It's just the email survey. I would rate that as a legitimate reason as to why we never received it.
but it still would have been there to still see. You know, I just got this. Might be opening a door.
Well, I had the same.
That it might open the door for somebody who suddenly gets to things and say, oh, we've forgotten. And there is no paperwork still for you.
I think that
The fact and we know the work she's been doing and so on. But if there had been another member who didn't know and we haven't got the papers before.
we have to be seen as being across the board. That's what I was
But it would still be there and it still would have been recent.
We still need to cite.
Everybody else is.
It's just my theory. I mean, taking away who it is. If it had been any other member we didn't know, oh, you're a joke. Yeah, so if it was another member who we didn't know, and there's no.
Oh, you're in the meeting. We've got a quorum, but you're a participant.
There was an email that we sent from Vinny.
Yes. So you're what we just talked about is that we don't want to be seen as opening up a can of worms. That's basically what we're saying. For other things,
This is,
elections or
yeah, the reason, because you don't want to say, oh, well, everybody's going to be able to do this. We don't want to open this process like that.
But the paperwork for it still looking at it, we're just saying if it wasn't Vinny, we do know it's a member we didn't know, and there's no paperwork for it, could we really approve it without seeing that paperwork? It still has to be.
If they've been given a, they asked,
They were asked to resend the original nomination with nomination form, and they said they could still not retrieve it, so they would produce this letter instead. We didn't have that form here at the Brent the national office. Get the template.
sorry, I will give you so I am
Give them the opportunity to get their input. Well, it's still a good team anyway.
To be quite honest, I have problems approving it without the label. I'm just thinking that it's a can of worms that could be open for all sorts of things. And I sort of get the union say, or someone in the future who's going to make a decision, you're a week late or a month late. I think we just probably need to sit with Joe and explain why we would urgently want the alternative might be compromised. It doesn't have to go but it can be I don't know how Michael feels about late. So that's where I think the can of worms is open. The members here who've got to do this a lot of so some people come up today this afternoon and say there was a late one. They won't know the reason it's late.
There were other late ones that were
well, in that case, I think yeah, so that given that others that are late, I sympathise with the server going down, but they knew it, they could have filled another one out and used another thing and sent it and I'll try. That's just, thank you. Easy decision making. We've got to keep the association safe. Yeah.
That's not an issue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm truly about nominating people that are worthy, but we've still got to take that yeah. Yeah. Oh, you've got your photos? I haven't got one.
You wouldn't have had it for half. You would have left it behind someplace.
Oh. And I had to bring it, yeah.
We'll move pretty rapidly now.
Okay, so it is.
I'll be really pleased when I say no, I'm not going to sit down. I need to be able to tell national now. I'll give them out surprises. We said any surprise. We tell them. try not to get between you and an aeroplane. So, and we've got a significant amount of business to get through, and significant. And so we're going to get right into it. We still have one paper to conclude, and that is the Men's Network paper. So if I can have the mover and the seconder up here, that would be great. Yeah. No, I'm going to go into committee first. Okay. I'm going to move from the chair that we move into committee. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? Now you had a procedural, Michael?
No, my procedural was to move to committee.
Oh, he still hasn't worked out I'm quicker than him. Called succession planning. Right, so that's done. Okay, we're going to move to the first recommendation from the Auckland region. We've got one. Oh, this. Let me check if she's got that wording there. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 items of general business, I think. 5 items. Yep, no, we're changing it. No, we're not. Oh, item 1, please, Julie. No, different one. No, that's the item. The changes to item 2. Item 1, that the PPTA strongly oppose any reduction in special needs education funding for both primary and secondary schools. Students. Oh, it hasn't been. The live stream goes off. No, these boys are all good. They know when the world is no welcome. That's all right. Okay. So we've got a mover and a seconder. Would you?
Kia ora tātou. The motion is that the PPTA strongly oppose any reduction in special needs funding, special needs education funding for both primary and secondary school students. Current special needs funding is already insufficient to cater for all those students on the special needs spectrum in these sectors, and further cuts, as proposed by the Minister, would significantly undermine the equal opportunities to learn and build capacity. The Minister proposes increasing funding to ECE to allow for more early intervention for children with special needs. The current funding for special needs education is roughly $590 million a year. It is not proposed that there be any increase in the overall amount of funding. The increased funding for special needs education in early childhood will be taken from the primary secondary school sector funding pool. In the Minister's proposal to the Cabinet Social Policy Committee, she noted that demand is increasing for learner support or special needs because of growth in the school-age populations, earlier identification of needs through early intervention services, and increased participation in early childhood education, but also because there are also more children and young people with acute and complex needs, for example, neurodevelopmental issues such as autism spectrum disorder and fetal alcohol syndrome disorder. There seems to be the implicit assumption that directing funding towards the 0 to 5 age group will somehow cure autistic children, the so-called ambulance at the top of the cliff. Now, this is a myth. Autism and special needs are conditions which are for life. They need to be managed right through. There is no argument that there should be more funding for early childhood education and special needs, but it must not be taken from the primary and secondary sectors. Given the increase in demand, there clearly needs to be increased funding across the education sectors. There have also been some concerns that funding for 18 to 21-year-olds who are on the autism spectrum will be changed. This is a critical transition point for those who are trying to find support as young autistic people moving into adulthood. The Minister's proposal is seriously alarming because the current funding for the school sector is already inadequate. Not all children that need funding can get it. Schools, parents and caregivers struggle with insufficient funding on an ongoing basis. Not all children attend early childhood education, while many others are not diagnosed until after they start school and indeed not until they start secondary school. And assessment agencies are often reluctant to assess a child before they are 5. And this would mean that their chances of getting much needed funding would be even harder, and the consequent impact on schools would be even greater. Further to this, there are no plans for any new dedicated special needs facilities between the North Shore and Whangarei. Existing schools and satellite classes are already under considerable pressure, which will only be exacerbated under the proposed new changes. The recent Youth Law Report has identified significant weaknesses in special education. And I quote from it, "Our research demonstrates that to be effective, we must invest in these children on a needs basis throughout their education." Our government has the expectation that our education system will meet the educational challenge for every child and young person. And the Minister's proposal will not achieve that goal for every school-aged child. And this is why the Auckland region are bringing this motion to general business.
Seconder? In a reserve? Okay. Any speakers? Come on up, Pauline.
Pauline McNeil Otago. Strongly support this remit and thank the Auckland region for bringing it. I can't remember the time, I think it was about 15 years ago, I spoke to a special needs paper that was also brought by the Auckland region. And sadly, I spoke with a view that opposed the movers and was called stupid afterwards, which I found probably just empowered me a little bit more in my journey. My situation, I now have a special needs daughter, significantly intellectually disabled. She was classified as very high needs during school. She's now 27. She can't cross the road, she can't go and buy a cup of coffee. There's lots of things she can't do. But she did receive significant early intervention from the time of about 6 or 8 months. But it doesn't change things. It's great, and the school was great, and this is what, it's not her fault she is the way she is. It isn't any of the children's fault they are the way they are. But they need us as teachers to have them as part of regular classes and to be part of a regular world. If their parents want them to be in a special needs school, then maybe. But really, they are part of our world. I make my daughter part of my life, and I want people to recognise her as part of a real world. So you need significant support to have children whose needs are different as part of your classroom. So thank you, Auckland Region, for bringing this recommendation.
No further speakers. Right of reply.
I'd urge you to vote and support this recommendation.
I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Well done. The second item of general business, Ewan, Grant Mackey and Tanya. You want to come and speak? So we've got the items on modern learning environment. Thank you. Oh.
Kia ora tātou. You have the two recommendations there in front of you. But before I speak to it, could you please put your hands up if you are in a school that is currently involved in this modern learning environment or are contemplating going into this? Okay. That confirms my suspicion. This is an issue, and it's possibly going to become a greater issue. Okay. Now, I don't know too much about it. Our school and some other schools in my region are contemplating and investigating going into this, but I don't know a heck of a lot about it, other than the fact that it seems very similar to something that was done back in the 80s and 90s with the primary schools and some secondary schools, but it was dropped. And it was dropped for a number of reasons. This seems to be an initiative being supported by the Ministry of Education. I may be wrong, although a number of different sources have indicated to me that what I've been told is correct, and that is that the MOE is only prepared to fund building projects that fall into the realm of these modern learning environments. I have heard anecdotal evidence from a number of different people from a number of different schools who are in this program that students are suffering reasonably significant hearing issues, some students. Special needs students are being disadvantaged. I'm certainly hearing from teachers that a number of them are feeling incredibly stressed. There are workload issues. I have also heard, though, that there are a number of schools who have not entered into this initiative simply because, or primarily because, they don't have the facilities to knock out walls. The walls are too thick, the buildings are such that they wouldn't allow for these changes to easily happen. Now, we are an evidence-based group. We like to know that there is data, evidence to support change. My concern is that there seems to be this initiative, but I don't see the evidence backing it up. Maybe I'm missing something. But given that it's an MOE initiative, I would like to think that the MOE has the evidence to back it up. If they haven't, then they should be finding out what, if any, evidence there is. And for those reasons, Tanya and I have put these two recommendations forward. The first one specifies the areas that we think are of major concern, and the second recommendation highlights the fact that this is a ministry initiative, and so therefore they should be the ones conducting the research. I would urge you to consider these recommendations. Thank you.
Seconder? Reserves? Any speakers? Okay, right, we'll start with Paul.
Kia ora, Paul from the Auckland region. I work in a school which has open learning environments. Although as an art teacher, I do have the privilege, I often say, of being in my own classroom and having control over that space. And I would personally support this motion, because I really do think that more research is needed, and for us as a union to be asking for that, because very often people who see themselves as progressive in their pedagogy say that they support it and trot out some line about research, when actually, when you scratch beneath the surface, as with some of these claims, there isn't necessarily research there. And having been in a school for a couple of years that does have open learning environments, I have seen that as a bottom line, just changing the kind of classroom doesn't change the teaching. And so a lot of the research might need to be in how we can actually be making best use of these spaces if they are meant to be better for students learning. And often the extra PD and the cost that might entail isn't being supported when these open learning environments are being used, and teachers are just doing what they always do in those spaces, and that's not necessarily how they're intended. But what I also have noticed in these spaces, in these areas as well, is that I've seen that students who value privacy or introversion, or want to have some sense of privacy about their about their learning rather, aren't necessarily being supported, and sometimes these very large spaces are often only rewarding one kind of student, and that's something that concerns me as well. So I certainly support the idea of there being more research in this area. Thank you.
Okay, right, I've got quite a list. Remember, you're adding to the debate. Graham, and then Nairi. Or whoever gets to the microphone first.
Hello, Nairi Sewell, Marble Boys College. We're in the position where we are forced into a co-location by Heke Parata. We have been told we will not get regular classrooms. There is the expectation that we will get 15 specialist rooms, but we're told go into blue sky thinking. However, what that translates into is architectural determinism, that the shape of the building, we suspect, has already been determined by someone in Auckland, and we will get what we get. We've been told not to expect anything much in the way of spaces for teachers, because we're really keen to have barns with beanbags. Now what that means is that Graham will be teaching alongside me. Perhaps if I'm talking about artificial intelligence and he's talking about some aspect of physics, the kids in the middle are going to be bored witless listening to both of us at the same time. We find there is absolutely no academic research for the learning environments, the modern learning environments at all. And we are utterly scathing of them. We'd like to find out more about other people's experiences of them. Graham.
Yeah, PPP is synonymous to privatisation as far as I'm concerned. We've been told we've got a school stuffed because of earthquakes. But in reality, I said we've got 900 boys there, and every day I send 900 boys out and say, go find the earthquake damage, boys. And they come back and say, we can't find it, sir. So there's none there. It's all a bit of just a whitewash, really. I think with the modern learning environment, basically they want to carry out a PPP. They want to carry out a privatisation. I expect that what we're going to get is a smaller footprint to the one we got. I expect that we're not going to get specialist things like labs. That the consultation has been really dodgy. It's been basically pushing the community down the line of you get a choice of we'll redo the old schools for about 14 mil, or we'll get you a shiny new school for $63 million. The papers went to Cabinet. Since November last year, our branch has been trying to get those papers out of the Minister, Heke Parada. I believe that she is deliberately trying to stifle the issuing of those papers. I am very cynical about modern learning environments. I think they're really about a privatisation and they're about small, inadequate buildings. Thank you.
Anna and then Lawrence, if people can, and then it'll be Pohi.
Kia ora. Our school is currently building a modern learning environment for the English department of the school, so it's just part of the school. I was on the board of trustees for this last 3 years, and as part of that, I was hearing that the 5YA money to schools has been reduced while the government is paying for rebuilds in Christchurch and leaky buildings around the country, and that schools can expect that 5YA money to remain reduced for quite some time, and that the only way to go outside of that reduction in funding is either for health and safety reasons, buildings for that health and safety, or buildings for modern learning environments. So I think that is true, that that is one of the ways that schools are identifying a way of getting buildings done or adjusted or whatever. I was sent by my school to Auckland as a head of learning area. We were sent up to go and observe modern learning environments operating in Auckland, and I went to see a number of them. I have nothing particularly to comment about them in particular, except that I personally came back with hesitations and concerns about some aspects to do with them. In fairness, I wasn't seeing most of them operating at full capacity yet. And so I think actually that made some of them look better than what they might look by the time they are at full capacity. In my opinion, it is untested. I think we are actually observing an outpouring across the country of basically an experiment that's costing millions of dollars. Whether or not it will turn out to be a good idea, I've no idea. I think it comes from charter schools in the United States, actually. I think we'll be hearing more about this as a problem, and I would support this paper.
Every ism eventually becomes a wasm. These were, in the 1980s, these were called open plan schools. A lot of us have talked today about the fact that that this is untested. I would argue that it actually has been tested. It has failed. The open plan classrooms that were built in the 1980s, most of the schools who had open plan classrooms ended up building walls to fill those open plan classrooms in and create classrooms. The ministry's argument seems to be that we didn't have the pedagogy then, but we do have the pedagogy now. I don't really know what has happened in teaching that has manifestly changed things between the 1980s and now. I think this is a really dangerous precedent. I think a lot of it is around cost cutting to the ministry in terms of basically having to build cheaper buildings by not putting in walls. I think this is a really, really important paper, a really, really important recommendations, and I hope we will all support it.
Got Pohiri and then Alistair, then Kevin.
Kia ora koutou te whānau o te wehenga rua. I teach at a modern learning school. It's called Alfriston College. We are in our second year of a program called Authentic Learning. I'm not quite sure what is authentic about the learning, but what it actually means is that you have the equivalent of 3 classes in a space. So at year 9, I had 64 learners in one space with 2 other teachers. In year 10, we have a similar number. Now, unfortunately, there isn't doesn't seem to be a standardised program of delivery across the school. We have 5 authentic learning areas in our school, different personalities, different teaching styles, different experiences. But one of the things that I noticed from talking with parents at our, I think it's called learner-led conversation, old parent-teacher evenings, was that the children, or our learners and their parents, were all concerned about one thing, and that was the fact that there wasn't enough maths in the authentic learning program, or the maths that they were getting was not extending them. The learners at year 10 were very anxious about moving into year 11, and were being properly prepared for NCA level 1 mathematics. I have been also concerned about that, and in fact I have deliberately contacted parents of learners and said, you need to write a letter to the board, you need to talk to the principal about this situation. Now these learning areas, they don't cater to the needs of our accelerant learners, they don't cater to the needs of our at-risk learners. I'm very concerned that what we're doing at Alfredson College is going to be a very expensive guinea pig project, because we don't even know what's going to happen in year 11, and they're pushing this authentic learning program through to year 11. No one in the school knows what's going to happen. I think the research needs to be done.
Thanks, Porty. Alistair, then Kevin, then Michael. If we can try and get people up to the microphones, we've got a lot of work to get through and a long speaking list. That'd be great. Run like the wind, Alistair. And so after him is Kevin and then Michael.
Kia ora, Alistair. I'd just like to caution here, and one of the cautions is we're a professional organisation. There is a lot of research out there about modern pedagogy, about how we might develop independent learners and give agency. There are a lot of teachers out here who are caught in incredibly archaic building environments. Now, I get the message here where we're saying we have to be careful that when they build these modern learning environments, they're just not a way to put lots of classes in one space. But I think whatever paper we put or what we put out there, we need to show that we support modern learning and that we support modern learning environments, and that this comes across as a very positive paper. Yeah, I guess that's where I'm at with this. Yeah, I'd like us to maybe say, yep, we need the professional learning so that we use the best pedagogy that we can in these environments. And we need to stand up for that. But we also need to say we recognise that they're going in the right direction. And we recognise that we need to learn to utilise them effectively. But we need some support for that. Thank you.
Okay. I have a procedural.
Motion be put.
You got a seconder? Oh, actually, just before I proceed with the procedural, I just want to draw everyone's attention to an amendment that was very elegantly accepted by the mover and seconder. So we've, in the first sentence, PPTA advocate for research to be carried out to investigate the impact and effectiveness of modern and or innovative learning environments. Okay, so that's been broadened out. Right, back to the procedural. Your seconder, Chris? Yep. Grady, fabulous. You're in the minutes, Grady. I'm going to put, what's your procedural?
Motion be put.
That the motion be put. I've got a procedural that the motion be put. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? The procedural is carried. I will now put both recommendations. Okay, I will put recommendation 1. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. And recommendation 2. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? They're both carried. Thank you. Well done. Okay, that's great. Thanks. Right. We're now going to move to the constitutional recommendation from Auckland.
When Hauraki Coromandel, in the paper came through from Hauraki Coromandel that they wanted to change the name of their region, it got me thinking about the names we use in PPTA, both for regions and for offices and in general. And it got me thinking that we've been a bicultural nation since 1840, and for a large part of that time, we have either consciously or unconsciously or deliberately ignored one of those two cultures. And now that it's 2016 and the 21st century, it seems absurd that we're still, in some respects, ignoring the biculturalism of New Zealand. And I thought, if Hauraki Coromandel can change their name to reflect bilingualism, well, that's not why they changed their name, but that's what the name change ends up doing effectively, then perhaps we could look at it for regions in general and for names in general. So instead of talking about President Angela Roberts, we would talk about Kai Whakahaere President Angela Roberts. And instead of talking about the Southland region, we would have Southland's Te Tai Tōkiro or whatever. Taitonga, I'm sorry. I'm completely in the wrong direction. Completely in the wrong direction. That's why it's been a long day and I've only had one cup of tea. Do apologise. So the motion then would that Te Huarahi and National Executive review the names of regions and wards and titles of representatives of the association in the elected representatives, sorry, the association in the PPTA constitution. What this would mean effectively is that a commission, if you like, Te what? Te Ropu Matua would then probably, I'm having words fed to me, the puppet master feeding things. That Te Ropu Matua would then go through the constitution and review, and where changes needed to be made, they would recommend the changes, and then it would come back to conference next year for the approval of conference. And that's really it. For most things, this would be largely procedural. It would be a little bit tricky if we had, and there'd be some regions where it might be a little bit, come up with a name is going to be, I don't know, interesting. But, you know, I'll stop. That's the, you can read.
No, yes? No, yeah, now it is. Tina? Yeah, would you like to say anything in a second, or are you reserving? You're going to reserve? Any speakers? Right, Joe?
Kia ora tātou. I'm going to use my first language, which I'm still learning. I say to my students in my Māori class and my social studies class, so in France you speak French, and Germany you speak German, and how extraordinary that in our own country to speak the first language is bizarre, unusual, rare, difficult and unintelligible for most of the population. This morning's Radio New Zealand celebrated a young woman who's been working on Mahuru Māori, speaking exclusively in Te Reo for the month of September. Fantastic, and how difficult she found it. As part of Te Ropu Matua, the premier partnership forum within the association, and I'm reading straight from the Constitution, It is our job to inform both Te Huarahi Māori Motuhake and the Executive as to how to give effect to the constitutional objective of affirming and advancing Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I therefore wish to inform those bodies that, according to our Constitution, PPTA will affirm and advance, among other things, Māori values where those values or taonga are at risk. And it further spells out taonga as meaning lands, villages and precious possessions, which include language and customs. Now, in terms of dual names, I'm part of a group that are kaitiaki custodians for an island known currently as Quarantine Island / Kamotorua. After consultation with Ngai Tahu, that name has been gazetted. I would like to see it return to its original name, so perhaps the dual language naming is just a step along the way of that river. I'm so proud to hear Te Reo Māori being normalised, and that's a lovely word, Māori with a small m, which means ordinary, normal, everyday, via PPTA, because we do literally walk the talk. Otago PUMs and Otago regional meetings have recently heard that voice, Te Reo Māori, being normalised, a part of our custom. Hekia's own marae on her father's side, Puketeraki, as you walk through the doors of that whare Huirapa, you'll see the braided river on either side. It is this braided river, thank you Angela, that we all work towards. Kia ora tātou.
Grant and then Simon.
Grant Colley, Manawatu, Whanganui, or whatever the local people would like to call it. The reason I've said that deliberately is this is a great thing, totally support it, but the timeline of a year, as a historian who's given evidence to Lynn's discussions on gazetting of names, the potential for this being an extended process just should really be taken into account. So the expectation that this comes back next year may not necessarily happen, but I fully support it.
Okay, Simon then Penny.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Tuatahi mai kei te mihi atu ki o koutou mo te whakaaro. I'd like to acknowledge this idea. I think it's awesome. And may I also recognise all my colleagues in this room who, during the past couple of days, have got up and they have used Te Reo Māori. For a Māori person, that is really cool. You know, we're learning together, okay? And I think this is just another progressive move by a progressive lot of people. So tēnā koutou, all of you who are using Te Reo Māori, the little bits of Māori that you know, and some of you who are more fluent, keep it up. So I'd like to support this paper. I also think that it may take a little bit longer. We have people within this room, and I'm talking about our own chairperson of our region, who's a champion within the local council in getting Māori streets named in our region. So this seems like we are progressing as a nation, and so I'm really excited by this. I would like also just to mention Whanganui is spelt WH in written Māori, but in the local dialect it's pronounced Wanganui. So yeah, take it at that. Kia ora.
Okay, I've got Penny.
I'd just like to frustrate an amendment to the first one about, at the end of it, it says, because it doesn't specifically say what we're changing, reviewing the names for in this statement. And so Te Rei and National Executive review the names of regions and wards and titles of elected representatives of the Association, the PPTA Constitution, and to better reflect the goal of the objective of our Constitution to affirm and advance Te Tiriti o Waitangi as embodied in the first schedule of these rules.
You want to add that?
Yes, to the first one, because at
from
the moment,
Constitution.
It's in the objects, page 8. Thanks, Joe. Page 8. object to 4C. At the moment, it just doesn't say anything what we're actually going. I know we all want the review of the names to better reflect our bicultural thing, just what we are, but at the moment it doesn't say it, and all I'm asking is to reaffirm it and to say it what it is that we're actually doing. So you don't put them off on a tangent, you're narrowing to what it is. So okay?
Apparently it is okay. They've accepted the addition. So if everyone bears with us while we get it typed up. So go and my constitution back. And someone can give it to Julie.
Kia ora koutou, he kōrero tuatahi o, aha koa. I thought I'd be speaking from one of those microphones for my first time rather than up here. He mea tuatahi, ngā mihi kia kōrua, pāhina re, whaia gazela. Mihi kia koutou, o tātou kāko, he hari koa hau, ka kitea maha ngā kānohe, he kōrero i te reo Māori. It's a beautiful thing to see so many non-Māori, tauiwi, Pākehā hoki, giving Māori a go in this space. And it seems like a natural progression that we go from speaking it here to changing our names, whatever that may look like and however long that may take, because we've got to understand that the process will be tika as well as pono, and that it will go however long it has to make sure that we do this properly. I tautoko all this because my father was hit when he spoke Māori, and now we have here today seeing so many non-Māori speaking our language or attempting to give it a go, aki ngā te reo. So I second Michael's, and I hope that PPTA and Huarahi Māori work together to make sure that this is done properly and the process is followed through. Kia ora.
Okay. That's the end of my speaking list, I hope.
Oh, there it is there.
All right. Yep. Right of reply.
Right of reply?
Yep.
Thank you. Firstly, I'm feeling immensely embarrassed to have got Tokiro and Tonga confused. Completely opposite directions, but anyway. Can we have it back up, please? Oh, okay, sure. Firstly, to respond to, Tina's already addressed this, but just in response to Grant's point about it, being a bit rushed, we do it over a year. It is a review. It's not going to be a once over lightly. These things need serious, thoughtful, careful consideration and consultation and discussion and so on. It might be done in a week, it might be done in a year, it might take longer. If it takes longer, it takes longer. But as Tina said, we need to get it right, and that's so important. It's also worth pointing out that when it says that Te Huarahi and National Executive review all these things, that word review includes things like determining the process of the review. They'll be the ones who decide who to engage with and when to engage with this group, with that region, with that rohe. They'll be the ones who determine all the processes with the names and the titles, which titles, it might not be all of them, might be some of them, which names, and so on. This motion doesn't predetermine anything. We expect, though, that there will be some outcomes. You can expect that there will be some changes. All the names might not change, all the names might. That's what the review will determine. But I urge you to vote and support the recommendation as it is currently amended.
Okay, I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Thank you. It's okay. And that is the last of the recommendations that have been... Thank you for correcting that. Okay, so That is the last of the recommendations that has been brought to the meeting, but we do have a couple of other items of general business. Grant, you wanted to read a letter.
Finishing off on, from my point, on a very good news note, and I'm just going to read this in full. This year, in early January, my 1-year-old son Jethro was diagnosed with leukemia and admitted to Starship Hospital for 6 months intensive chemotherapy treatment. It was a hard decision, but we decided to relocate to Auckland to keep Jethro's older brother, Micah, Mum and myself together during this time. During this time, it was necessary for me to take most of my sick leave and leave without pay. My family and I want to sincerely thank the PPTA for their very generous financial contribution to us. It's been a harrowing experience for us, and this assistance has helped our everyday expenses back home stay balanced and minimised our stress while supporting Jethro through his treatment. I'm happy to announce that Jethro has completed his treatment and is now in remission. It's great to be back teaching at Whanganui High School again, enjoying being part of the learning community. Thank you, PPTA. Sincerely, Phil, Chet and family. Thank you.
Thank you. Gosh, it's really great that I've got staff who stop me from looking bad all the time. They have to work very hard at it. Apologies, Angela and Simon, we do still have one more. We do still have one item of business, thank you. Right, so Angela and Simon, come on up.
Hi there. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the Youth 012 survey, but it does contain some concerning statistics for our young people, particularly regarding their sexual and mental health. Health education is the only part of the school's curriculum for which the law specifically requires the Board of Trustees to consult with the school's community. And the PPTA has been an active participant in the writing of the curriculum document, Sexuality Education, a Guide for Principals and Boards of Trustees. Therefore, hereby, the Rainbow Task Force moves two things, and I'll just check that I've got the right wording on my piece of paper. I think so. That all branches are encouraged to, this is Rec 1, participate in the biennial health education community consultation process in their schools to promote the implementation of a robust and holistic sexuality education program that reflects the recommendations within the guide named Sexuality Education, a Guide for Principals, Boards of Trustees and Teachers. So that's the first recommendation. I think it'd be worth just doing them both together. Is that what you do? Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. So the second recommendation is that the PPTA, our union, promotes awareness of the updated document called Affirming Diversity of Sexuality and Gender Identities in the School Community. This is a guide for principals, boards of trustees and teachers. Just refer back to the Youth 012 survey. The stats in there for attempted suicide, and all kinds of nasty things that happen for our young people are much more increased if you identify anywhere on the GLBTI spectrum, rainbow. So, yeah, that's me. That's us.
Seconder? Okay. Any speakers? Go for it.
Kia ora, Sean, and I'd just like to thank Angela and Simon. Again, as an observer, I can't put a motion forward, so it's really great to work in a collaborative organization where people can work together. This has been a real mission of mine, specifically not just across the teaching profession, but at my own school. Long are the days that sexuality education is sex ed, and I'm a science teacher by nature, working sometimes with the PE department, but I also work on PB4L and other initiatives, having been Year 13 Associate Dean, and real issues that our young people are facing related to what today is actually included in sexuality education. So this is no longer sex education. It's not just about body parts, and it's not just about preventing pregnancy. Reading the guide that's been drafted in 2015 and having been part of that consultative process, it's an amazing document, and it looks at sexuality from the perspective of the whole child's development, from being able to talk about their own body, talk about relationships, friendships, how to communicate issues of consent, body image issues. They're all included in this document, as are two very important models, the Te Whare Tapawha Māori model of Hoora, which is really clearly outlined at the front of that document, and so is the Whanawhale model of looking at of holistic health, with spiritual, emotional, physical, and emotional health as part of both of those models. This is a document that is a whole school document. It is not for health and PE teachers. It's an obligation that the ministry has put out, that the whole school has an obligation to be a part of affirming sexualities and all of those tenets of the curriculum in encouraging our young people to have a voice. Specifically, the second one, looking at our young people who do identify as same or both sex attracted, the statistics are quite dire, not just in self-harm and Hoora, but when we look at their sexuality. And although there are all sorts of things that we can look at, that we can look at, one of the things is the invisibility of young people who may not have a voice. And it is our responsibility to be their voice. So working within the consultative process in our schools to try to affirm that they have a voice, that they're represented. We know that they're overrepresented in first-time sexual experiences with much older people. They can't talk about their experiences, and where they turn up is in the dean's corridor or at the nurse with an infection. And that's the first time that they may come out. Over 50% of our young people know of their own sexual identity before the age of 15, yet fewer than 40% have actually come out to anybody. And that's a hard space for them to operate in if we don't provide the space for them to do that. So I just urge everyone to really take this on board, work with your health and PE department, work with your boards of trustees, and ensure that we are actually looking at the hoora of our young people and not leaving it up to the health and PE department to do it alone. Kia ora.
Kia ora. I'm really heartened to see this put forward by the Rainbow Task Force, and I firmly get behind it, as I'm sure a lot of the rest of us in Auckland do as well. Part of the reason I think this is really important is while we can sometimes feel like these battles are already won and we have marriage equality and what have you, and so many other measures that are in the law now to reaffirm a variety of identities and a sense of diversity in our schools. And more I find in schools that I've been to, it's actually the students who are educating us on these things because they have such a forward-thinking way about this and they don't necessarily even think in the binary. But at the same time, and certainly picking up on my own experience in a school where while a lot of my fellow students were supportive, I came from a home that wasn't at all supportive, and I felt really, really alone and isolated. And so I know that if there had been a space that had been overtly accepting, that if it's not just about us saying we accept everyone, but actually saying we need spaces for specific students who are coming from vulnerable backgrounds, that's really important. Because all the research shows, as Angela picked up on from the Youth 12 survey, is that this is still an area of real danger for our students. And so when you have got students who you suspect might be struggling in this area, we need to be making sure that we're vigilant in that and not always assuming that they're okay. I think that's really important. So thank you for bringing this forward, Angela and Simon.
Grady Trail, Central Northland. First time speaking, long time person. I'm a loving father of an 18-year-old lesbian. I watched her go through school. It was a horrible experience for her. Sorry, I'm quite emotional about it because I love her so much. So it was a horrible experience for her, and she hated her schooling. She really did. And it wasn't until she came out, when she left school, very early, and she came out, I've never seen her so happy. And this is what I want I want this for my children, and I want this for my students that I teach. So, yeah, I support this fully. I think it's a great thing, and every school should be going in and really supporting it as well.
No further speakers. Right of reply.
Thank you very much to everybody who spoke and to those people who were brave enough to share a personal story. I want to signal that in the near future there may indeed be something in your PPTA news, and that might be a way, if you're apprehensive around starting this conversation with the right people in your school, to kind of broach it. Also, I encourage you to use the resources that you have within your union. So, don't know how many of you have had, I'm going to get the name wrong, the task force, Safer Schools Task Force? No. Safer Schools for All come in training for your staff. So that's there for you as well if you're feeling kind of apprehensive about how to do this in the right way. So thank you very much.
I'm going to put recommendation 1. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Recommendation 2. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Thank you. Not that I feel apprehensive. It's like handing out worksheets at the start of the lesson and then nobody listens. But the access code has changed. If some of you are wondering why you can't get onto your Wi-Fi, should I tell you? It's 10JASJ. Oh, you caught that? Great. No. It's TNJASJ. Now we do. That concludes all of our general business. So we're going to now take some time to get a political update. And I do need to apologise because we've kept bumping it. We've got these 2 very patient young men who have been very prepared, and I'm pleased to have been able to make sure that we've got space for them to give us a political update. It wasn't until Louise started talking today that I realised that only the regional chairs have had a bit of advanced warning about some of the planning that's going into the what next as far as the bulk funding, etc., calls, all the rest goes. So I'd like to welcome Jack and Austin to come and really quickly, they're going to give us an update of our political strategies. Do we need to go into committee? Where's the slide clicker's right there. I need somebody. Well, funnily enough, I don't micromanage. We're just discussing that. Yep. So you're about as fast as me. I think. Okay, from the floor, I'm going to move that we go into committee. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? That's carried.
say thank you and to acknowledge the wonderful work that's been done by the organisers and the people here at the main table. And then that will be finished by Whaia Angela, who will have the last say. And then you'll have to put up with me for a little bit longer. And just to explain to you what happens after that, we will have a closing karakia. And then during our waiata, which is Te Aroha, the mauri of our waka Te Wehingarua will be handed back over to our whānau, the PPTA Te Wehingarua. So the floor is now open for anyone that wants to just acknowledge what's happened over the days. So, tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, thank you for that. Just before Jill speaks, which is go up, Jill, that's fine. I'm fast. I need to move us out of committee. See, you're all slower than them. So I'm going to move from the floor that we come out of committee. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstentions? Thank you. Yeah, we did.
Thank you. Am I working? Yep. We are now, as a region, going to have to leave. I'm sorry, we've got a plane to catch. But before I go, I want to extend from Hawke's Bay our thanks to everyone that's made this conference successful. This will be my last one ever, hopefully. Sorry about that. But Angela, on behalf of Hawke's Bay, I'd like to thank you very much for your presidency over the last 4 years, the way you have guided us and led us. And Jack, I know you're going to pick up that mahi and continue us on. But the last person I'd like to thank is actually Louise, because without her, we wouldn't be here. So Hawke's Bay, get up and come. Come on.
Just feel free to move to the microphone. I don't keep a speaking list in this that's not the colour. It may possibly probably be my last too, so thank you. All the best, Angela. All the best, Jack. And I hope Michael's settling into his new job. It's been an interesting journey over all the years, and I'd like to thank also the staff. A lot of the staff that do things for us at National Office are unseen, but they're always there and willing to help us whenever we need them. And I'd sincerely like to thank them as they've been helping along the way. So for all of, and there's an amazing future, whether it's good or bad, ahead of you. Just remember the fights that we have taken on, and we have won many. So we are got a very proud history and a very strong future for us. But if we don't do it, it's not a great future for the rest of our children growing up. So all the best for the future, and thank you.
Kia ora everyone, my name's Jackie, I'm from Otago, I'm a first time speaker. I just wanted to say, this is my first conference, and I'd just like to say I've learnt a huge amount this week with all you here, and it's been quite eye-opening for me. And from Otago, we'd like to thank everybody for their participation and the debates and all the discussion that's happened. It's been really rich and really rewarding, so thank you very much.
Kia ora, Roger Barlow from Counties Manukau. And we'd like to thank you for the work you've done. From the county, from me personally, it's a great job. Jack, best of luck, mate. Big boots to fill, but carry on. This has been a good hui. It's probably been one of the quieter ones that I've been to, but it's been a good one. Enjoy your retirement. Kia kaha.
No, so Barbara, we'd like to thank the team for the work today, but especially Ange. Over the last 4 years, they've been wonderful, and we so celebrate having you in our Blenheim community. We hope you'll come down more often. Jack, we're total supporters for the future. We'll do anything we can to assist you. Thanks very much.
Tuia i te here tangata, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao. Tuia i te muka tangata, i taki a mai, i Hawaii ki nui, i Hawaii ki roa, i Hawaii ki pāmamao. Te hono i wairua ki te whai ao, ki te ao marama, a haumi e hui e tāiki e. Ka tuake e tēnei ki te mihi atu ki a koe, Angela, haere. Hoki atu ki tō rohe o Taranaki Maunga. Te maunga tī tō hea ki reira o ki oki ai, mahi ai te mahi o te kaiako. Hoki atu ki tō whānau, tō iwi, e whanga ana mōhau i tērā moko o te whenua. Nō reira, e te puhi āriki o te waka e kia nei, ko te wehenga rua, a tēnā koe, mau, i kakari ki te whakapakari, i tēnei hunga. Tēnei hunga, e mahi ana i te mahi. Nō reira, e te tāpairu, tēnā koe, tēnā koe. Koutou, te wānanga nui, te wānanga roa. E noho atu ki te pai, tēnā hoki koutou. Koutou ngā kai hautū o tō tātou nei waka. Kai te mihi atu ki a koutou. Me ngā āhuatangi i puta mai i tēnei hui i e nei rā. I a koutou, ngā kaumātua, e whakahaere ana i ngā tikanga ākuima ākoroma. Kia pai te haere o tēnei o ngā waka. Kia ū atu ki te whenua taurikura o te mātauranga. Kai te oa. Tēnā koutou hoki kia koutou o te huarahi. Koutou ngā paupau o te whare. E hāngai ana ki ngā tikanga. E whakatinana i te wairua Māori, i te hā Māori. Nō reira koutou haere, mautonu, pupuri tonu. Ka huri atu ki a koutou. O kuhoa, ngā iwi puta noi i te whenua. Tēnā no koutou. Ko te tikanga nei, ko te poroporo ake. Ka tuku ana mihi ki a koutou. Hoki atu ki o koutou kāinga maha. Puta noi i te motu. Hoki anō i rungi i te wairua tapu. Te wairua ora. Te wairua aroha ki ngā mea katoa. Hoki atu ki o tātou iwi i ngā kāinga maha. Whakahoki atu te wairua o tēnei hui. Whakatōkia ki roto i ngā pia, i ngā toa o te wehenga rua. Kia whawhaia, te whawhai nui. Kia pakanga ururoa. Kia kaua ka tātou e mate whekeno. Nō reira e hika mā. Hoki no atu haere. I runga i ngā mihi o tēnei pito, o te awa kairangi. e tuake nei. Aku rau rangatira, tēnā koutou, huri noa kairaro.
Kia ora. I also want to add thanks from myself and from Nelson Region for all of your wonderful work these past 4 years. I guess it's telling that I'm one of the ones who's been here coming to these conferences for such a long time that I remember your first one. And how impressive you were then, and how it never did surprise me that you took it this far. So well done, Angela. It's wonderful. I think one of the best comments that I've heard of the conference was actually almost the last comment, I think, of that political update. The point made that if we are not allowing crisis to be the underpinning feature of what's going on, then that's our best path forward. And it fits in with some things that I was writing down for myself during the conference here, because I was reflecting on the fact that we were talking about ideology on one side, and several times Bibi's philosophy was mentioned. And I thought I would just say this about ideology and philosophy. Ideology is driven by the personality and ideas of a few people. It's an illusion that creates a shell of appearance that hides a darker truth. It supports concepts that darken the things that it underpins. It's characterized by its insistence, its hiding of information, its lying, its distraction, and its distortion. By contrast, philosophy is like the soul of a system. It's based on an essence of wisdom. It colours and gives quality to the things that it underpins. It's characterised by shining light onto issues, by its optimism and by its truth. We need to identify crises, but we need to talk up the solutions, and we need to reveal darkness by bringing it to light. In other words, we need to do what we do best. Thank you very much. It's been a lovely conference.
On behalf of the Auckland Region, Angela, I'd like to thank you for your last few years of leadership. You've been a great support to PPTA in general, but also to us. And also, before then, you were a tireless champion of NETs, of the YANTs before then, of young and new teachers, of getting young teachers involved in PPTA, of getting new teachers active. And it's because of your pushing and influence that I'm now the Auckland Regional Chair. Yeah. So you can. I know. But thank you on behalf of the Auckland Region. You've done a wonderful job. And Jack, welcome and well done. And we look forward to working closely with you as well for hopefully many years. Thank you very much.
Just like to add thanks from the Bay of Plenty and Central Plateau, Angela, for your leadership in the past 4 years. Thanks to all the people out the back making things happen, the organising committee, the band, Louise, all the people who prepared papers and submissions and things to bring here, everyone's hard work, everyone for coming. It's been lovely. Thank you.
Oh.
Mā taua kōrero. No way, he awa ai, tūmai, e no wana ke ka, te whakautu, ko eka. Tautoko ai i te kōrero i ramana e pāna ki tōna mahi hei kai whakahaere mō te net. I whaka, tino ia. I whaka ki tēnei whare, ki te hunga kaina o ngā kaiako. E no reira ki a koutou. Tēnei raka ti aroa ki a koutou. Tēnā koutou. Kei tā kautoko ai ngā kōrero katoa i ramana e aho. Ki ngā kaihautu, ki muri e mahi ana. E ai ki te kōrero Māori. Ka pai ki muri, ka pai ki mua. Nō reira, Louise Mark, reira ta mihi mahara ki a koe. Engari te wāne ka reo te muri o kei te e koe.
Yeah. Over there.
Rei. He ai, i tēnei wā, ka huri au ki te reo Māori. Kia mara mai ka kōrero. Firstly, my apology for I'm up here and not in the middle. It's nothing to do with I've got BO or anything, but I do not like giving my back to anyone when I speak. I like to address you face to face.
think it's my turn. Yeah, okay. These 3 days, at the end of them, we're all absolutely shattered, but we're so energised. And something that gets affirmed every year, and it doesn't matter if you're here for the first time, I do remember that conference, or you're sitting up at this table. What is very clear when we walk out is that we bring ideas to this room that are evidence-informed, we democratically kick them about, we look at them and check them and test them through a myriad of lenses and worldviews of the profession. And where we end up, pretty much always, means that when we go out and we thump tables or have conversations with our whānau or have an argument with the minister, doesn't matter who we're talking to or what we're talking to them about, we are standing on really solid ground. We are right when we say we stand up for education, and other people would be right to listen to us. I look back on just the last 4 years and, I had plans, I had an agenda, there was things I was going to change, the world. And then, day one we had Nova Pay. Then we got IES. And, of course, we had collective agreements. That was about the only bit that we could predict. And, of course, in the last few weeks, the global budget and calls. So this was meant to be my Obama year, my brother called it. Yeah, not quite. There are some significant unfinished business. The first conversation I ever had with the minister in this role, I was in Amsterdam with her, and I said, hey, that PLD, that new system, it's broken. And I got this big lecture about, well, there's a bell curve and some of it's great and some of it's not so great, and people I talk to love it. So it's more broken after 4 years of trying to interfere and get it sorted, and I'm pretty grumpy about that. So, unfinished business, PLD, obviously charter schools need to see that one off, and the Education Council still needs to have democracy restored to it. Not a very long list to pass on, Jack. Oh, yeah, calls and global budgets and yada yada. So, but I'm really excited about going back to my classroom. I'm really terrified because one of our first time delegates, Kajana, has done amazing things in my classroom in my absence. And the kids are going to really hate the fact that I'm turning up next year. So, no pressure. I need to thank all of the staff. And all of you, and all of the members for the most amazing few years. Well, 15, but the last 4 in particular. And I just need to publicly acknowledge my husband. We've nearly been married a year. So yeah, I'm not running away to elope this year. I need to acknowledge him. He has been the most amazing person who's kept me sane only when I needed to be kept sane, and sober when I needed to be kept sober. No, he is here representing my whānau, who are an amazing bunch of people. My mother, my father, my mother-in-law, aunties, who have made it possible for our kids not to be completely destroyed. They're amazing, and they've been so generous in their support, and I couldn't have done it without you, Ian. And one of the things, he comes from a really good, staunch communist family, and his dad, I think, was quite surprised when he walked in, or maybe quite pleased when he walked in the door with the Unionists. But something that Ian had introduced to me, we've known each other a while, I never really listened to Billy brag until I met Ian, and on every election profile blurb I have the last 4 years, I didn't have to do it this year, I have a little quote, and I only have that quote because of Ian, and Billy, they're not his words, but they're good, staunch union words, and it's great that he's kept these words alive, and it all amounts to nothing if together we don't stand. There is power in the union. Good luck. You're going to need it. And I'm sorry, but the cell coverage in Taranaki's terrible. So, oh God, I feel better now because right. So thank you to all of the staff at the Brentwood. They've helped babysit my kids too, and all our wonderful staff. I know everyone else has thanked you, but everyone who's worked behind the scenes for this conference and for every conference that and helped me to not stuff up too much. Travel safe. Try and have a break. You've earned it. We've got a big fight to continue with next term, but I know you're all up for it. Fire, thank you for... Oh, I'm going to start again. It's really humbling the way you have supported me as I fumble my way through the way that we do things and try and do things in this association. Long way to go, but I've come a long way simply because you have all supported me so much. And that's it. So have a good break. Thank you so much for the last few days. And I look forward to next year not having to be in charge. I can cause more trouble. Yes. Okay. That's it. Yeah.
Just before we, when the waiata comes up, Te Aroha, there'll be English translation there for that waiata, and it doesn't have a lot of words, but they're beautiful words that sort of wrap everything up, especially with the mauri of our waka. Nō reira, hei noi tātou. A paiheri tia te rangi, paiheri tia te whenua, ko i o nui, i o ro, i o mātua kore, i o takitaki, i o te pukinga. I o te wānangi, i o matangaro, i o mataaho, i o matakaka, i o tiki o rangi, i o te matawai. Nā, i whakaputa i ngā o katoa koia te o roko timatanga, me te whakamutinga o ngā tangata katoa. Tukua mai te rangi maari e ki roti o mātou ngā kau whakakaha ai a mātou i tō wairua māhaki ki roto i tēnei mahi tapu o te wehinga rua. O mai te mana o tini marikura me ngā whatukura. Hei ara takitaki a mātou i roto i te wā, mātou mahinga katoa, e o i te wahinga ro. Ki aroha ke ata whai koe ki ngā wairu o te hunga whakapono katoa kua mate. whakorangia ngā tūroro, manaaki tia te hunga pauri, me ngā pauaru whangaia te hunga rawa kore, me ngā hunga koretake he kāinga, e ko piko piko ana i te ao, kui o te atua nui, i te rangi tuatini e o e, tu turu whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e, hui e, tā ki e. Roha te whatapono me te rangi mari e tātou tātou e. It is the love. It is the truth. And the peace. Be with us all. Kia ora tātou. Travel safe.